If I can get everybody's attention, we'll call to order the March 4th, 2016 South Coast Air Quality Management District Governing Board meeting. And we will open this meeting with Dr. Joe Liu lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All rise, face the flag, repeat after me.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any opening comments by any of my colleagues? Dr. Wallerstein, do you have any opening comments?
Yes, Dr. Berg, I had spoken to you about the fact that there's no urgency on the set hearing item, and that that should probably return to the admin committee and then can come back for a set hearing next month.
I'm sorry, which item was that?
That's the set hearing item that's listed as agenda item number 2.
Okay, fine.
Do we need a motion for that?
Not really. Chairman can do that. Then let's get our newest member re-elected to serve on the board, board member Michael Cacchiotti. Let's get him sworn in here. You have the
There you go.
let's go down to that, Mike. Can't tell you how happy I am that I'm doing this morning. I think that your tenure on this board has not only been productive for the region which you represent, but also the entire South Coast Air Quality Management District. I've known a lot of guys in my life, but you're one of a kind, and you're the best. You're one of the absolute best. So it's my pleasure to swear you in this morning. And please state your name.
I, Michael Cacchiotti.
During such times as I hold the above office,
During such times as I hold the above office,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the
and
United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
That I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
and will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter, Mr. Chair.
Congratulations and welcome back.
Thank you, Bill.
Welcome back. Welcome back. You want to say a few words? I have, yes,
For clarification, was item 2 pulled?
I'm sorry.
Item 2 is pulled from the agenda.
Item 2 was pulled from the agenda.
I was going to make my comments during item 2. Can I make a comment?
Sure.
I was waiting for item 2. One of Barry's goals, which Barry, by the way, is very excited when I read the list. As an incredible list, we'll be bringing it up in the future, but it's kind of the direction and the strategy of the board, our goals and objectives for the future, and they're wonderful. I want to thank staff for just an outstanding list. It was just so comprehensive. The outreach of this agency was just, I mean, the only person who did an outreach show, I think, was Pope Francis. So it was an incredible list of objectives, which I thoroughly support. I was going to talk about the one about supporting mass transit technologies. This Saturday, for the first time since Henry Huntington brought the Pacific Electric car to Southern California, early 1900s, the San Gabriel Valley, with the incredible support and leadership of Supervisor Antonovich and other leaders in the San Gabriel Valley, will open the Metro Gold Line foothill extension from its eastern terminus in Pasadena all the way east, starting in the cities of Arcadia, Monrovia, Duarte, Irwindale, 2 stops in Azusa, at the terminus at APU, Azusa Pacific University and Citrus College. And in 2 months, Chair Burke will be able to take, and I'm going to get him on that train, we'll take the Expo line all the way to the beach. So the first time in May, you'll be able to ride a train, electric train from Santa Monica Beach, from the ocean in the sand, through downtown LA, all the way almost to San Bernardino County. And believe me, we're already designing and engineering that train to get to Supervisors Benoit and Supervisor Rutherford. We're just trying to get there. So opening free rides from 12 noon to midnight, Saturday, March 5th, tomorrow. Get out there, take a train and Metrolink to downtown LA. It's a beautiful ride along the foothills. It's exciting times for mass transit. And Barry, that's one of your goals and objectives, really supporting programs. And Larry, one of our goals when we talk about the goals is, I know when you were on the MSRC, your leadership there, you've got that $1 million in a pot looking for really promoting like the rideshare type of programs, active transportation. So maybe we can work together with the MSRC and that money. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Bill, let me-
Thank you, and I am going to ride that train with you from Santa Monica to downtown. Supervisor
let me
Antonov?
also add that from the Del Mar Station, Pasadena, we have that 6-month project pilot. You will go to Glendale, Burbank Media Center, North Hollywood, access to the Orange and Red Line, access to Bob Hope Airport. That's a 6-month trial. If it will do what we believe it will, then we will move forward for a rail component. And on the east side, from Azusa, we're now doing a study with Phil Washington, the new director, MTA, is just a cut above, a great leader. They're doing a study from Azusa Station, how we can do a similar rapid bus, although that's an oxymoron term, from 605 to the El Monte bus terminal. So this is the regional component that we've been working for. And I also would say that Mayor Garcetti has been very helpful because it's the first time we've had the cooperation from the city of Los Angeles, who in the past, be it Villagrosa, whomever, opposed all of these expansions and extensions. So it's a step forward, and we have all of the cities working together, and it's going to be a benefit to the consumer, to the taxpayer, and we want to thank Michael for his leadership too.
Well, it's certainly a great day, and I think that Santa Monica thing is on May 20th, right?
Exactly right.
Hey, look, I'm old, but I'm not that old. Item number 4 from the consent calendar has been pulled by Supervisor Antonovich. Is there any other items that anyone would like? Supervisor Benoit?
Yes, sir. For purposes of discussion, I'd like to pull item 16.
I'm sorry, didn't you hear that?
1-6, item 16.
16, got it. Any
Mr.
other-
Chairman.
Dr. Liu?
Yeah, if I could, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I need to recuse myself from an item that involves a contract with those who have made charitable donations to my employer, the Coalition for Clean Air. So I'm recusing myself from item number 4 because BYD Company, Volvo, TransPower, Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transit Authority, and Bay Area AQMD are potential sources of income which are materially affected by this item. And just for record-keeping sake, I'd also like to abstain from item number 31, if we're going to take that up now.
31.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to excuse myself on agenda item number 4 because of a campaign contribution from BYD American corporations within the past 12 months.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
I too need to recuse myself on item number 4 due to a campaign contribution within the last 12 months.
Supervisor Rutherford?
Mr. Chair, I need to recuse myself from item 17 for a campaign contribution within the last 12 months.
We got Supervisor, how about Councilmember Mitchell?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 19 for some
Item number
discussion. 19.
19, got it. Okay,
Chair.
Supervisor Benoit?
I'm sorry, sir, I forgot to mention, I also have to recuse myself from item number 17 due to a campaign contribution in the last 12 months.
Okay, so let me make, so you don't need item number 4 pulled, Supervisor Antonovich, you just wanted to say that you were. Does anybody want 4 pulled? No, okay, so 4 is on. Item number 6, oh, Mayor McCallum?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just need to say on item 17 that I have no financial interest in the item, but I am a member of the Board of Directors of Sandbag, one of the recipients of the money.
Okay, then we will then move to the balance of the consent calendar minus items 16 and 19.
Second.
Is there any opposition? Hearing none, those items are approved. Item 16.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to mention to my colleagues that I was in Washington, D.C. for the National Association of Counties meeting last week. I visited with a dozen members of Congress. In each of those cases, I mentioned the need for federal regulation of particularly diesel trucks and how often that topic comes up here and how challenged we are to meet the goals set by the federal EPA if they won't regulate the worst polluters that are in our valley and we don't have regulatory authority of. And I was kind of amazed to find out that there was not a member of Congress that I spoke to that really understood that conundrum that we face. You know, they just, yeah, oh, really? And a couple of them said, "Are you a Republican asking for more regulation?" I just think that's noteworthy, and I was pleased to see this on the agenda, pleased to see us make this effort, and I wanted to just tell you that it needs to be done. There's not a clear understanding of just kind of the box we're in if we can't get more help there. And with that, I'll move approval.
Second.
Any opposition? Okay, comment? Super.
Thank you. I was going to pull the item, but was beaten to it. I don't think this is news to anyone, but of course, the NOx emissions being addressed, they're coming from diesel trucks. We don't have authority to regulate that which is outside our borders. But I've been beating this drum for a long time, and although I appreciate we might write a letter to the EPA, I want to know where the full court press is. We pay lobbyists every month, and I want to know why my colleague and supervisor is talking to Congress members that don't have any clue that this situation even exists. And part of it is because they have a lot on their plate, but the other part is we're not addressing this issue, and I don't think it's accidental. I don't think we want to. If we did, we would. So why are our lobbyists not heavily engaged in shaking up the members that represent our region and educating them that we cannot reach, attainment without just trying to squeeze water out of a rock, because the majority of the pollution is coming from sources we're not allowed to touch. And if the alternative is they just don't want them touched, then stop making us beat up people that really have very little to do with the problem anymore. And I don't think this board supports that idea, but at least it would be fair treatment. If the federal government wants to exempt all these emissions, then please say so. But we have a job to do, and it's not sit by and be a spectator. The reason Congress members are not aware of this and they're not changing the law that the EPA is required to follow is they don't even understand this is going on, because we are not helping them understand it in a simple format and offering a very simple solution that isn't 500 pages and overly complex. It requires, months of hearings. This is not that complicated. We are not doing enough to communicate. And maybe we should be going to D.C. and spreading just that message on special trips to just sit down with our delegation, which, our congressional delegation outnumbers, most states, let alone groups of states.
Right.
Thank you.
I happen to agree with that. And I think that when we created the regulation that was tested before the United States Supreme Court, and we won to get fleet rule enacted in the South Coast. I can't figure out why anybody in Washington, D.C., who was in Congress at the time, of course, that's been a few years ago now, wouldn't be aware of this situation. But I think it's well worth the time and the effort to go back and to try and educate them. I've been the proponent of we need to have control over mobile emissions for if we're going to be responsible for the emissions, we need to have some say in it. There are some people who say that this board doesn't want to have that responsibility. And my comment to that is, if we're going to be responsible for it, we need the authority to deal with it. So anything that you think that we can do to push that ball further down the field, I'm on that team, so just let me know. You moved item 16?
You got a couple members.
Oh. Board Member Mitchell?
Yes, our legislative group and our lobbyists met in Washington in January, and I think it would be useful if we could get the help of the Republican delegation in Washington. We met with both Republicans and Democrats, but the Democratic delegation seemed to feel that pushing for stricter controls in California would not be acceptable to the Republican delegation. We did get a very positive response from Ken Calvert, and we got a very positive response from Alan Lowenthal. Alan Lowenthal would be very interested in working on a low NOx standard with us. So there is some interest there. It's just that it's difficult to get the rest of the nation to agree to help California. They don't have the problems we have in California, and this may not be on their top priority of their list of things to do. So, but I agree, and we're planning another trip. Hopefully we can get a group of us that will be willing to go, and we should set up meetings with our Republican and Democrat delegation, but try to get them on board with us so that they can persuade, the rest of the members of Congress. It's a very tough uphill climb for them. So we need to recognize that as well. But couldn't agree with you more. We need to be working in the halls of Washington to get what we need to get done.
And it doesn't need to be a trip. It can be by a group. It can be trips by single members of this board or any manner by which we think it can be productive. Dr. Liu?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to going to Washington, D.C. with Supervisor Nelson and walking the halls of Congress to inform Congress about this need. I agree with him on this issue. You can join us, actually. Supervisors to my left and right. I think this is, well, I don't know. Somehow he ended up on my left. It's an ironic twist, but he did. I also agree that we spend a heck of a lot of money on our lobbyists, both in Sacramento and in Washington, D.C., and we shouldn't have experiences like Supervisor Benoit had, where congressmen don't understand what situation we're facing and the need for the adoption of the low NOx standard. So I think that we can help them in this regard. I'm more than happy to go to Washington, D.C. to do that. And I'd like to get more out of our lobbyists. If I had that kind of a budget personally, I think I could change the world.
How would you like to leave that job and we'll hire you and send you to Washington? Okay. Is there any further
Mr.
comment
Chair.
on this item? I'm sorry, Dr. Parker?
Well, we've discussed this issue many different times in committee, in the Mobile Source Committee, which I'm chairman of, as it relates to we have the responsibility to attain certain emission reductions, but we don't have the authority to mandate them. It seems to me a twofold issue. The first one being that, as we're staying right now, that we need to make sure that everybody understands exactly what our problems are. The second fold is, I don't know if the people in Congress is really innately aware that the population that we serve in this region, in the South Coast region, of 17 million people, is, as was stated here and we have now learned, is larger than the population of 46 states. Only 4 states in this country that is larger, have a larger population, the entire state, than we do in these 4 counties. When we make that particular issue itself known to folks, it really then brings about a different perspective that really should cross both lines of political persuasions, whether or not it's Democratic, Republican, or conservative, or liberal. It's really about the quality of life and the quality that we in this region that we've been given the mandate to clean the air for this number of people. And I think if we really began to work from that perspective, we then start letting folks know that we need to make those determinations here, not at the state level, not at the federal level, but at this level by hopefully this board having that opportunity to do that and to speak volumes about what these particular mobile sources is actually doing to the health itself of the people who live in this region. So I think that I wanted to go on record itself saying that I really don't think it should be an issue that we should deal with on a basic political persuasion issue, more so than the fact that we have a very large mandate for a lot of people that other 46 states do not have. Thank you.
You know, there's another way to look at this. If you don't want, you know, I've never been in Congress, but I've spent a lot of time in the building. Yeah, I spent a lot of time in the building. And I think what Supervisor Benoit experienced is kind of the norm about any issue. Now, if mobile source is the key, and I really think that it is, I think Supervisor Nelson has been pounding on this nail for a long time. We can do that within the state. And it's a far easier job, but I think politically, to do it within the state than go back and try to convince 49 other states to help us. So, you know, you might want to think about whether you approach it from the state level or the federal level. So that's just my 2 cents worth.
So, Dr. Burke, could I just provide a brief
Sure.
comment here of clarification? Actually, the staff and the lobbyists that work for us have been hammering this issue of federal sources, mobile sources, including trucks. And that's why we've been successful in supporting the DERA program at the federal level and getting increased funding through that program through the efforts of Congressman Calvert, as an example. And we've also been able to receive funds for advanced technology projects, similar to the ones that you're approving on today's agenda. And so part of the answer, and I would very much appreciate the help of the board members to go further, but part of the answer here is that thus far, the members of Congress have preferred incentive-based approaches and technology development-based approaches over regulations. But hopefully we can turn that around as part of the 2016 AQMP.
Thank you. We have Dr. Williams. Why don't you come to the microphone and we'll let you, before we do that, we should probably approve 19.
16.
16 is the one we're on, but we have to go to 19. May I get a motion on 16? Okay. Any opposition to 16? Hearing none, 16 is approved. How about 19? Who pulled 19?
I did.
Okay.
I pulled this item because we see this periodically, and I know Dr. Keith Black is a brilliant doctor and has done some remarkable research, but we have a lot of new board members. And so one thing I would like to see is maybe a presentation to our board on his work and his conclusions and what he is doing. The other item here is that, and we asked for this, I believe, last year, that we looked to other research institutes for some contribution to our research efforts. And I see in the report that you've gotten 8 RFPs. We're in the process of forming a review committee. I volunteer my services on the review committee. I think this is important work. And I would like to see this money go to some of our other research institutions in the region. So that was my purpose for pulling it. Mike.
Mr. Chair, I concur in this. I was going to pull the same item for the exact same reasons. I concur 100%.
Okay. Any further comments on that item?
I move approval of
Second.
the item with the recommendations that we bring this
Okay.
presentation to the board from Dr. Black.
Okay. Is there any opposition to this item? Hearing none, that item is approved. Okay, items 20 through 36. 34 is a new, okay. So we have some public testimony on 31 and 34. Would Dr. Tom Williams come to the microphone and Stephen Goldsmith?
Good morning. Item number 31. Dr. Tom Williams, Sierra Club, Citizens Coalition for a Safe Community, and LA 32 Neighborhood Council in LA City. Legislation. One of the most serious things that happened with the Aliso Canyon blowout was that there was no emergency response plan. Item SB 887 has storage wells. However, item SB 888 has emergency management. So far, the Southern California Gas Company has demonstrated that they are incompetent in managing a serious blowout.
That item is not up. I'm going to let you testify when 37 comes up, but Mr. Goldsmith is on 34, which precedes your item. So we're going to take his testimony first.
Oh.
You can stay there.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry. My name is Steve Goldsmith. I live in Torrance, California, and I'm part of something called the Torrance Refinery Action Alliance, which has met with board members and staff over the issue of hydrofluoric acid and modified hydrofluoric acid present at the Torrance Refinery. And according to a recent report from the U.S. Chemical Safety Board, we had a near miss of a catastrophe that could have resulted in tens of thousands of deaths in the South Bay. Large piece of equipment came within 5 feet of a large hydrofluoric tank, and this is an extremely dangerous substance. It forms a low, I'm not a scientist, but this is what I've been told, a low lying cloud that can spread out from 1 to 3 miles. All of our information is based on documents provided by the refinery or by U.S. government agencies. We have understood that the board has committed to do a study of safer alternatives. That commitment was made verbally in August, and we're now 6 months later, and this time bomb is still ticking. So we wanted to, I'm really here to ask, has the technological scope of work and RFP been processed, and is the study proceeding, and how we can get information as to who is being considered, whether we can have some input in who is being considered to do that study, because a long time ago a study was done by a expert who was basically, who went on to work for the refinery shortly thereafter. So that's what I'm here to ask, and urge you to get this study started with, if there's a way of expediting the contracts and all of that, move the deadlines, and let's find the alternative, and let's get the refinery started on changing over to what we know are safer alternatives. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Burke, could I comment in response?
Sure.
So, in fact, we have executed a contract with Norton Engineering. The board may recall that this is one of the consultants we used relative to the engineering analysis in the reclaim rule amendments. They're well familiar with our local refineries, including the one in question here, and have great expertise, including in this particular area. So we have, prior to executing the contract, also met with the city manager from Torrance and discussed with them what the city's desires were. They were satisfied with the scope of work. We also are preparing to come before the public with an abatement order for this refinery. And so what I have asked the staff to do is set up a particular spot on our webpage where we can provide materials, because we know there's going to be a lot of public visibility about this, and of course this study will be part of those materials.
That's excellent, and thank you. And do you have a timeline for the completion of the study?
That's something that I don't have it in front of me, but we have a target, and we'll be happy to share that with you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, that's item 34. May I get a motion on 34?
Move approval.
Second.
Any opposition to 34? That carries. The presentation by staff on 37?
Actually, there's no formal PowerPoint presentation on this. This is follow-up on previous board direction. As the board recalls, the board asked staff to work diligently to communicate to CARB the board's motion that was related to the fact that mitigation funds received relative to the Aliso Canyon gas leak should be spent in the Porter Ranch area. And if it isn't possible to do so, then in Southern California, and it was a motion by Supervisor Antonovich. The CARB board heard a status report at its meeting just a couple of weeks ago on this issue, and I flew up to Sacramento to appear before the CARB board to emphasize the board's direction on this and request of CARB. I provided the entire CARB board with a copy of the letter, Mr. Chairman, that went from you to Mary Nichols regarding this, a copy of the board's resolution, and I pointed out several particular items relative to the CARB staff presentation as to the direction they were going relative to their thoughts on how the mitigation funds should be spent. And based on my presentation, I think I helped increase awareness that CARB has historically used a global warming potential for methane that doesn't match up with current scientific thinking, and the CARB staff, in fact, had a small notation of that in their own staff report, and I recommended, as this board always desires, that we use the best science. The reason I bring this up is because that changes what the mitigation funds would actually amount to. And our guesstimate, and it's just that, a guesstimate at this point till we have some additional detail, is maybe $100 million calculated what we think is the old way, maybe $300 million calculated with best science. And so I wanted to make sure that CARB in its discussions with the gas company reflected what is true mitigation, emphasized that there are available projects, we believe, in Porter Ranch and the vicinity, and certainly in Southern California, and that the funds, given the impact in our area, shouldn't go elsewhere. I do need to share with the board that the reception to our request was a little bit cold, in the sense that I think several of the CARB board members kind of spoke to the fact, well, it's a climate-related mitigation, and therefore you could spend the money anywhere to get the mitigation. Doesn't have to be within the South Coast Basin, because climate doesn't stop at the basin boundary. But I emphasized with them also that we have so much further to go to get to clean air here. Every dollar that government has for doing something like air pollution mitigation, we really need to strive to spend those dollars in an integrated, comprehensive manner. So if we can, for the dollar, mitigate the climate impact, and at the same time reduce our local impacts relative to particulate or ozone and or to air toxics, that we really need to be doing that. And so I emphasize that. That has been in our communications in writing to CARB. And the reason this is before you is that this item is being fast-tracked at CARB because they have to respond to the governor by the end of this month. And so this is to reiterate our views again in a second letter. And I would ask the board to give the staff the latitude to work with the chair and vice chair should we get some additional thoughts on how to strengthen our case relative to the position that the board has taken on this.
Do we have the authority to use the funds that we levy, the fine, the penalties that we levy for, excuse me, do we have access to those funds, or does CARB take the funds that we receive from penalties that we impose?
So relative to the penalties that are associated with our lawsuit against the gas company, that will be, any funds we do receive will be at the discretion of this governing board.
So
And
how does CARB want to use our funds then? And why would?
Well, that's, supervisors, you know, there's a number of agencies that have active lawsuits against the gas company. And naturally, if you're the subject of those lawsuits, you'd like to tie a nice big ribbon around all the agency claims. And that means, you know, that either the court will consolidate the case, or at least if there's negotiations for settlement, that there'll be an effort to get all the agencies to sit at the table together, and then it gets into a negotiation as to how much of the money goes to which agency. We have made it clear to everyone that we believe when our board asked us on the mitigation dollars, which is separate, to see that the money was spent in the vicinity of the leak, that we fully anticipate that this board will do the same with any penalties that are received here and return the benefits of the expenditure to that community that was so hard hit.
But the money that we receive from the fines, and how much is that a day that you're?
Maybe I should turn it over to Kurt, but we filed for, there's different levels of penalty and you have to prove your case, but we filed at what we thought was an appropriate level based on the information we had. It can change. at up to $250,000 a day, which was a much higher filing than I think anyone else
So
did.
those dollars that we are receiving for the fine and our legal costs, those dollars are not going to be compromised with CARB coming in and taking a portion of those. Well, you're talking about additional funds that may be received from the lawsuit.
That's,
that
I'm
CARB is
I'm
looking at.
distinguishing between penalties from a lawsuit for violation of regulations and health and safety code provisions compared to a letter that the CEO of the gas company, Dennis Ariola, sent to the governor saying that he intended to fully mitigate the emissions impact relative to climate pollutants.
And why do we have to agree that we want to join with CARB or allow CARB to join with us? If we're going to lose money out of that agreement.
Alls I was referring to, and then I am going to turn it over to the council, because I don't want to say something that I shouldn't say relative to our case. So I see he's got his hand over, on the button there to jump in. But the Attorney General filed on behalf of the California Air Resources Board. So I'm just saying that they have their own lawsuit through the Attorney General.
Right, they have their own lawsuit, but again, the money that we are going to be receiving from the fines that we're imposing and our legal costs, all of those dollars should be under our discretion.
They are.
Okay, but not to allow CARB to come in and joining some type of lawsuit where they're going to get a portion of that.
Well, we didn't ask CARB to come in. They came in. We didn't
No,
ask them.
I know they came in.
We're not joined at the.
I know, we didn't ask the gas company to do what they're doing, but we intervened and we overruled the gas company. So let me hear from council.
Sure, Supervisor, this is something that I'd be happy to brief the board on in closed session.
Why is that closed session information when it's a question of, do we have the right to protect the resources that this agency is entitled to, period? And if CARB wants to join in, we can say publicly, we don't want to join with them, and file a separate suit that we are dealing with our responsibilities of enforcing the laws which the gas company violated, and those funds should stay with this agency, and we were talking about putting those funds in the district that have been impacted by this methane leak.
Sure. So to the extent that the claims are exclusively the district's claims and arise under laws that exclusively the district has the jurisdiction to enforce, you're absolutely right. The issue here is the fact that different agencies have overlapping jurisdiction.
They may have jurisdiction overlapping, but the funds that we're talking about are ours, not theirs. And we're protecting our funds for the victims of that leak who are our constituents.
And Supervisor, to the extent that those dollars come into the agency, you're absolutely right.
And
I keep feeling that we're getting an evasive answer.
Well, again, I would feel a lot more comfortable talking about this in closed session.
But why? I mean, the public, the papers are going to be reported by asking you afterwards what happened. It's all going to be reported. We're not talking about anything really confidential. The point is, how do we protect the funds that we have imposed and are entitled to from being used for those people who've been victimized, and protecting the people from CARBs coming in and taking a handful of dollars?
Right, and Supervisor, I just have to tell you that there is overlapping penalty jurisdiction, different agencies.
If they want to impose their own penalty, fine, let them keep that money for themselves. We're imposing our responsibility for those fines, and they should be with us.
Sure, so both we and the California Attorney General and the district attorney have authority to enforce the same provisions of the Health and Safety Code. And they have the same penalty authority under those provisions. And so there's a single incident like the Aliso Canyon gas leak, and several agencies file a lawsuit under the very same provisions of law, and there's a single penalty statute that applies. And so then you have to start asking, okay, how does this all get divided up? And I got to tell you, the law is not very clear on that subject.
If we levy a dollar fine, we should have that dollar in our budget here, even if there are other lawsuits filed. If CARB has a dollar fine for that same offense, that's a dollar that they have. We don't have any resource or access to those dollars and shouldn't have. So each agency has a different level of fine, right? Dollar amount?
Yes and no.
See, I think the gas company's trying to do a number again on the people, and I'm damn sick and tired of what's happening. They try to get the people back in their homes within 48 hours. We went to court and got them 30 days. They appealed that decision. We went back to court, and we overruled on a unanimous decision last Friday from the Court of Appeal that the people at least have 30 days and go in and start cleaning out those homes, because we're having people right now being impacted with rashes, et cetera, et cetera. The gas company's been totally irresponsible in this action, and I don't want to get them off the hook, and the money should be coming out of their assets, not out of the ratepayers.
So Supervisor, we're committed to prosecute this lawsuit as vigorously as we can and to bring in the maximum amount of penalties that we can for this agency.
The full amount that we have levied, with excluding CARB and the others who want their share. They should have their own fee, penalty fee, and they should have those dollars for their discretion, but not use ours, and not us joining and splitting what we get.
Right. We will do our utmost to bring as many dollars as we can into this agency and get them to the people.
All of the money that we are receiving from the fines, we should receive all of those dollars and not compromise any of those. If CARB wants to get all of the dollars that they're going to levy their separate fine for, fine. We don't want any of theirs. But we want our dollars, because we're talking about putting our dollars from those to those constituents who have been impacted by the dam leak for, 119 days?
Yes.
Let me tell you what causes me some confusion. The last time I heard was our maximum fine was $25,000 a day.
No, that's, there is a cause of action in the lawsuit that has a $250,000 a day maximum penalty, but.
Well, what happened to the $25,000?
There is a $25,000 level. The penalty level that you recover at depends on the facts that you prove. So for each penalty level, there's a different series of facts that you've got to establish.
Because I think that is in part what Supervisor Antonovich is talking about then. Because does the state's lawsuit participate in that in the levels?
Not entirely.
Not with ours.
Not entirely, right? At some levels, we and the state overlap, but we've got levels that go beyond theirs.
That's the answer.
Do we have the ability to have an independent lawsuit?
Probably not.
We don't? So we don't have the ability to have an independent lawsuit to recover the fines that we levy to be used at our discretion for those people who've been victimized?
Let me clarify, Supervisor. Our lawsuit is very likely to be consolidated with other lawsuits that have been filed.
Over our objection?
Supervisor, again, this is an area
No,
where
if
I
we
would like
take
to.
if we have a motion today to say that we will have an independent lawsuit to recover the fines that we have levied, we can't do that, you're telling me?
Supervisor, again, this is an item that
Could we do that, yes or no?
Could you make a motion right now to direct the legal staff?
To do an independent
in open
litigation
session,
on this issue.
that item hasn't been agendized, so that's
No,
that's
but
the
we could
first-
put it on the agenda today so that at the next meeting, we can vote on it.
You could.
But it would also give you a flavor of what to be doing in the meantime when you talk to the other state agencies, that we don't want them to take our resources that we are receiving from the fines that we imposed, so that they can be used at our discretion for the victims of the leak. So I would put that on the agenda for next month. We can't do it, Mr. Chairman, today.
Got it. Board Member Caciotti?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kurt, maybe just an explanation for the public here, and maybe some of the board members. I know we've got a parallel track, so imagine two trains going down parallel tracks. You've got the hearing board action, which I know there's been a settlement and possible fines. Can you just talk about the two parallel actions that are going, Kurt? There may be some confusion on the two actions and what our remedies are.
Sure.
If you just briefly, without.
Yeah, we have, as you mentioned, Councilman, we have a hearing board proceeding that final order has been entered in. And that proceeding is in the nature of an injunctive proceeding. So the hearing board has ordered the gas company to take certain actions at the site, including conducting monitoring, setting up an inspection program, conducting a health study. There's a list of items that the gas company is required to perform. At the same time, we have civil penalty enforcement authority against the gas company due to their having created a public nuisance at the Aliso site. And we've filed a lawsuit under our civil penalty authority to recover penalties, monetary penalties, that, as Barry mentioned, we fully expect the board will direct us to return back to the community in the form of community-related projects. And at the same time, other public agencies have filed lawsuits due to the very same incident, as well as a number of private parties. So there are, I think, over 30, maybe as many as 40 separate lawsuits proceeding on this lawsuit, on this particular matter.
Kurt, this reminds me of about a year or two ago with the paints with one of those large hardware store companies. I remember when they violated the emissions. We'd gone in there, said you're violating under the paint. They said, okay, then you went back 6 months later. They didn't do anything. You gave them a citation. And then 6 months later, you went back, and it was still the same violation. They weren't low VOCs. And we went civilly, we sued them, but I remember a couple other parties, like a district attorney, city attorney came in, and it was several different parties. I know Barbara's shaking her, because I remember when I would do the tour of the laboratories, we would always talk about the paint in that lawsuit. So it's what the supervisor, all these other different parties came in, although we initiated it, we were the lead, and they got a, was it something similar like that, Kurt?
Yeah, and that's absolutely correct. There have been a number of situations involving matters that have a large impact where we've joined with the district attorney's office, with county council. The LA County Council is involved in this particular lawsuit as well. And we coordinate with them to more effectively prosecute the matter.
But the supervisor's basic question is, the money we get, do we keep and do we administer for these people? That's his basic question.
Yeah, and
Being a good lawyer, you can't say yes or no.
sorry, Supervisor.
Okay, so we're going to agendize your motion for next month. Supervisor Nelson?
Well, look, just along those lines, what is on our agenda is the letter and the comment. And I think in listening to Supervisor Antonovich, the ask is, we have a letter before us, and we do not agree with the content of the letter. And what the content should say is that we do not wish to support them in allocating projects to the region, that we would prefer, and we are instructing them that we are going to pursue our own remedies and that we would like to make our own decision as to how to allocate those revenues without their assistance. So that's what's on the agenda, and we are allowed to comment on the letter, and we should. So if those are Supervisor Antonovich's comments, I mean, rather than find all the reasons that we cannot do anything with his comments, perhaps we might look for an opportunity to incorporate those comments in the very letter that's on the agenda.
Supervisor, we'll be happy to do that, and we'll have to, in the process of doing that, address the fact that this is under a governor's executive order. So we will be happy to do that.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Mr. Williams, you're still testifying on this item? Dr. Williams? 37.
Dr. Tom Williams, Sierra Club, LA 32 Neighborhood Council and such, but here's one of the things for CARB. Ask them to benefit the people of Porter Ranch because they have suffered, are suffering, and appear to be continuing to suffer. So one of the easiest ways, especially for greenhouse gases and such, would be have the Southern California Gas Company sponsor and fund, independently of all the penalties and everything else, the establishment of an LEED platinum rating for communities. There are such requirements that can be applied so that the community of Porter Ranch becomes a symbol of what can be done, not what has been done to them. That's all.
Testimony. That concludes on item 37. Do we need a motion on 37?
Yes, Dr. Burke.
A motion with a caveat that Supervisor Antonovich has asked for to bring back.
So moved.
Second.
Any opposition? Hearing none, those are approved. Item 38.
Thank you, Dr. Burke. Thank you, Dr. Burke, governing board members. My name is Tracy Goss. I'm a planning and rules manager. I'm going to be speaking today on the proposed guidelines, implementation guidelines for Rule 1304.1. NSR exemption Rule 1304, paragraph A2 exempts electric utility steam boiler replacements. And Rule 1304.1, which was adopted in September of 2013, provides an option to the power producers to obtain offsets from the district bank. Those funds can be given to us in terms of an upfront payment, in full or annual payments. There are 9 anticipated repowering projects that total more than 5,700 megawatts. At the time of adoption, the governing board directed staff to develop guidelines to use the funds to generate emission reductions consistent with the air quality management plan, and that priority shall be given to funding those projects in the proximity in the areas and the communities that are impacted by the electrical generating facility. As a part of the process, we held 5 public working group meetings. We had individual meetings with stakeholders. We had a very good discussion with the Environmental Justice Advisory Group and have been to the last 2 stationary source committee meetings where we received valuable input from the committee members. In summary, the goal of the guidelines is to disperse the funds on a 50-50 basis between proximity and environmental justice areas. Of course, that can vary depending on what are the environmental justice areas that are within those proximities. But for proximity, we're looking at a 10-mile radius from the electrical power generating facility. And for environmental justice areas, based on Carl Moyer, looking at a 15-mile radius. Projects can, depending on the overlapping nature, they can qualify for both criteria or either criteria. As a part of implementing this program, we will conduct extensive outreach, and final approval of all the projects rest with the governing board. This map here gives you an idea of the 10-mile radius for the 9 potential electrical generating facilities. As you can see, some of those overlap and some of those overlap county boundaries. Relative to the definition of environmental justice, it is based on both poverty and air quality criteria. Whether it be for the South Coast Air Basin or the Coachella Valley, there is a difference on the air quality criteria, but poverty is the same. At least 10% of the population falls below the poverty line. For the South Coast Air Basin, it's based on the highest 15th percentile of PM2.5 or the highest 15th percentile of cancer risk for mates. And then for the Coachella Valley, the highest 15th percentile of PM10 concentration. But I would like to note that the 9 potential repowering projects are all in the South Coast Air Basin. This here gives you an idea of the 15-mile radius and the overlapping nature on the environmental justice areas. They do cover across the county boundaries, and you can see that it really pretty much encompasses the majority of the environmental justice areas that have been identified through the MATES program and Carl Moyer. As a part of implementation, we will look to issue requests for proposals once $1 million is received. We'll probably do this on an annual basis. However, we could do it more frequently depending on the incoming funds and the schedule of the repowering projects. If an abundance of qualified projects exists, the board has the ability to prioritize those and the use of those funds as they come in. If there's a lack of qualifying projects, the board has the discretion for proximity to redirect some of the funds outside the 10-mile radius or for the environmental justice areas outside to other environmental justice areas outside the 15-mile radius. Here's an example of some of the criteria that could be included in the request for proposal. Would like to add that when we bring the RFP to you, you'll have further review of the criteria and we'll be able to make modifications, additions to the criteria. But some of the main elements are that we want to have project proponents that have the experience to complete the project, that will help us reach our attainment goals for the air quality management plan, achieve emission reductions, getting NOx and PM2.5 reductions to help us attain the particulate and ozone standard. And of course, effective use of funds, government support, community support, and then also looking at projects that are already ready to go and are shovel ready. Outreach is an important part of implementing this program. We intend to do expanded noticing, much like what we did for AB 1318, where we did multilingual newspaper advertisements looking at newsletters. But then we also made staff available at what we called office hours in the community to help those who are not used to filling out proposals, help them on a technical side of how to complete an effective proposal that can be viable and for consideration by the governing board. Some of the key comments that we've received have come from not only local governments, but have also come from citizens. We have a preference for extra points for government entities, flexibility to change the criteria for the different RFPs depending on the electrical generating facility. Look at the other environmental benefits, the co-benefits such as greenhouse gas reductions. And then also, we received a lot of input that outreach is important to get into the communities and have community level meetings. Here's kind of a summary of some of the key comments we received from the City of Huntington Beach. They'd like to keep the funding within the county of origin, particularly for EJ areas. In terms of defining EJ, they would like to base it on Cal EnviroScreen. And they have a great concern that there be funding available for the Oakview community, which is a highly populated area. Cal State Universities have also provided comment that they would like to expand the radius to include some of their campuses so that they themselves can help the community. And Huntington Beach residents, of course, they would like to keep the funds as near to the project as possible and help mitigate odors from the Rainbow Recycling Facility. Yesterday, you should have received a copy of a comment letter from the City of Santa Ana. That comment letter is very similar to what came in from Huntington Beach and would like to keep the funds within the county of origin. And I would like to point out that the City of Santa Ana, a large portion of that is within the 10-mile proximity, but also the EJ areas of Santa Ana are within the 15-mile proximity radius. Just to give you an example of the Cal EnviroScreen that was commented on by the City of Huntington Beach, it is a first-generation tool. It does have air quality information, but we believe there's some problems with that need to be improved over time. It does include the particulate matter and the poverty criteria that we have as a part of our definition, but it also includes other elements that can impact whether or not it's an environmental justice area, such as unemployment, education, and then toxic exposures from other media. So with that, Mr. Chair, we'd like to propose approval of these guidelines for disbursement. We believe it represents the best balance between all stakeholder interests. We will be returning to the board with requests for proposals as funds come in, and then we will do an evaluation of those proposals. We will make recommendations to this board, and then in the end, the governing board has the final decision on project approval and total funding. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll complete my presentation.
Thank you very much. I have 7 speaker slips on this item. Everybody is in support. So don't try and talk us out of it.
Mr. Chair, I had a question for staff. I have a question for staff, if I could.
Oh, surely.
In this case, it looks like, we have a normal sort of administrative fee that we normally charge for things like this. But in this case, are we making sure we have sufficient administrative fees to provide that extra support to the community-based organizations and groups who normally don't know how to fill out our requests for proposal applications? I'm glad we're doing it. I just want to make sure we have the administrative money in there to do it.
Dr. Liu, there is a provision in the rule that allows the board to use up to, I believe it's 8% to cover
And
administrative
I guess
costs.
my question, is that sufficient, given the
sorry.
added outreach and efforts that we're, the office hours and things that we're going to do?
If it turns out not to be, then we could always revisit that, but I think there's room in the budget to handle the necessary effort.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Board Member Caccione?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just with regard to the request or proposal by Cal State University to extend the range from 15 to 18, what were your thoughts on that?
Mr. Caccione, it was raised because the Cal State Los Angeles campus and Cal State Dominguez Hills are outside the radius. But in reviewing the guidelines that staff brought before the Stationary Source Committee, the committee recommended that we stick within those 2 radii of the 10 and the 15 miles.
Just to add one more thing, if there are projects from those universities that benefit the communities in the proximity or environmental justice, then they would be eligible. Right.
Okay, testimony. Jorge Garcia, come to microphone number 1, and Steve Nagel, come to microphone number 2. The next speaker will be Jim Capatos. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Jorge Garcia, representing the City of Santa Ana. We did submit a letter in writing, so I will paraphrase that in the interest of time to the board. But essentially, the City of Santa Ana supports the City of Huntington Beach's position on the proposed Rule 1304 guidelines for disbursement and tracking of funds received for the electrical generating facilities. Specifically, the city does concur with Huntington Beach that we should keep those funds local within the county, and specifically being within the 6-mile radius. Specifically for the City of Santa Ana, we have approved a climate action plan that has many eligible projects that would obtain emissions reductions consistent with the needs of the air quality management plan. Specific projects include, for the City of Santa Ana, at the municipal level, building energy efficiency retrofits, retro commissioning of city facilities, and solar photovoltaic systems. On a community-wide basis, we are looking at benchmarking and retro commissioning for existing buildings, a street light purchase and LED retrofit, Title 24 energy efficiency standards in both residential and commercial new construction projects, photovoltaic systems for new private installations, and traffic synchronization. Being the 4th most densely populated city in the United States for populations over 250,000, utilizing these funds for the City of Santa Ana would have a tremendous impact and benefit in lowering emissions. So the city does support the City of Huntington Beach, and more importantly, keeping those funds locally in the county to the greatest extent possible. Thank you.
Would Jim come to that the vacant microphone? Yes, sir. Your name for the record?
Steve Nagel, council member, City of Fountain Valley. Good morning, Chairman Burke and governing board members. On behalf of the City of Fountain Valley, the city supports the City of Huntington Beach position regarding Rule 1304.1, guidelines for distribution and tracking of funds received for electrical generating facilities, fees for use of offset and exemption, and to present potential eligible city projects. as does the city of Huntington Beach. Fountain Valley also, when the Rule 1304.1 was adopted by the governing board in 2013, specific direction was given to the district staff that priority shall be given to funding air quality improvement projects in surrounding communities where electrical generating facilities projects are located. The governing board also unanimously adopted this policy decision, and it is unfair to constituents to change the direction of the board, and we agree wholeheartedly that 100% of the funds should be kept within Orange County. Like the city of Huntington Beach, city of Fountain Valley is committed to air quality management district goal of achieving clean air for the residents in our region and incentivizing investments in emission reduction. Therefore, the city of Fountain Valley has a bike master plan capital improvement project, signal synchronization projects, gasoline fleet retirements, and electric charging stations. Installation of solar canopies at City Hall and field services facilities and community facilities. Interior LED light retrofits, as well as exterior LED lighting upgrades, safety lights, and at City Hall. Building automation systems at Fire Station 1 and 2, and also urban reforestation through neighborhood parkway tree plantings. Also, one last item, conversion of medium turf to drought tolerant, low maintenance planning, which also limits the need for high emission mowers. So thank you very much for your time and appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Would Mary Adams come to the vacant microphone? Your name for the record, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Jim Catapodis, I'm the mayor of Huntington Beach.
Thank
you. And your wife could pronounce my name, I know her, Yvonne. Anyway, I will keep it short. I'm used to being on the other side over there, so I'll try not to take the whole 3 minutes. Certainly, we're very concerned that the plant is right in Huntington Beach. And one of the things we ask, we've come to the committees, we've talked to a few of you up there, and we appreciate your time. Staff has done a great job on the report. We appreciate that as well. The only change that we're really looking for is to keep it within a 6-mile radius, which would still include Santa Ana as well. We do not want to keep all the funds in Huntington Beach, but we do want to keep them in Orange County. So I think that's the important aspect of this. As far as the Huntington Beach goes, I was asked about projects that we have that are, that we have on the table for Huntington Beach for this. And so we replaced the city's diesel fleet, that's 39 vehicles, install solar canopies at the city water operations facility, fire stations and community facilities, CNG fueling stations, signal synchronization projects, and then we have a bike master plan, capital improvement plan that we're working on right now, gasoline fleet replacements, and to find out the feasibility for a microgrid. So we have projects ready to go. We would like this 6-mile radius. We believe that it should stay in Orange County, and thank you for your time.
She can do, can't do.
That's right.
But thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Chair, may I ask the mayor a question?
Yes.
You mentioned that you were going to you have planned for CNG. How about for electrical vehicle?
We already have like 2 electrical charging stations at our city, and we want to increase that as well. Absolutely. Good question.
To the vacant microphone, would Mr. Rick Francis come?
Good morning. My name is Mary Adams Urashima, and I am a resident of the city of Huntington Beach. I support the city of Huntington Beach position on this. We'd like to retain the majority of funds in Orange County and in the city of origin. We support the 6-mile radius. I'd also like to speak to the fact that the Oakview neighborhood in Huntington Beach did not show up on MATES, and that's because there is no currently existing air quality monitoring in the proximity to that neighborhood. I know it's on your agenda today to put a monitoring station in that neighborhood, and I think that you'll see that it is an impacted neighborhood. I think in terms of identifying the Oakview neighborhood as an environmental justice zone, I think the mapping that was originally used was too broad. If you go to the census mapping, most available census data, you'll find the poverty rate is 35%. Has been increasing by 12 to 14% in the last several years. Per capita income is between $10,000 to $20,000. It's been decreasing as well, between 20 and 30% between 2010 and 2013. It's one of the highest density housing neighborhoods in Orange County. It is a community of color, predominantly Spanish speaking. There are 4.2 to 4.5 persons per household. And the percentage of those without high school attainment is between 45 to 50%. High number of the Oakview residents, as I mentioned, it is predominantly Spanish-speaking, high number from Central America and Mexico. It is historically an immigrant neighborhood. It is also in proximity to high-volume traffic vehicle emissions, Beach Boulevard, Warner Avenue, and traffic into the waste transfer station in the neighborhood. It's also a high percentage of out-of-area property ownership, which there are issues and projects for this mitigation fund would assist with. I would also point out that Huntington Beach has really endured the impacts of the existing power facility for more than 6 decades. There have been numerous times where mitigation has been sought by the community, and through political efforts, that's been blocked, including a $1.7 million property tax in 2003, a ballot measure that failed. So, I would point out that and I reiterated this in a letter to Dr. Fine, I would say that this is a community that has sought mitigation for many decades and deserves to retain the majority of these funds, and in particularly recognition of the Oakview neighborhood as an environmental justice zone. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Oh, thank you for your testimony. Would Ochoa come to the vacant microphone? Your name for the record, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Rick Francis. I'm the Assistant Chief Executive Officer for the City of Costa Mesa. We're Huntington Beach's neighbor to the southeast, and no surprise, we support the city's efforts to reduce the radius in question to 6 miles and keeping the mitigation fees in Orange County. And as some of the other partner cities pointed out, we do have several projects for the City of Costa Mesa that we are looking at, some capital improvements that would facilitate our contribution to reducing our carbon footprint. And specifically, we are looking at electric charging facilities at City Hall, which we do not have any as of yet. We're looking down the line as well at transitioning several of our fleet vehicles to either electric or hybrid style vehicles. We've also got a bicycle infrastructure project citywide to install more bike trails and make our street services more bike friendly than they are currently. Traffic signal coordination projects are a high priority for us, as well as our downtown transit circulation project. And we've got a number of lighting projects to replace energy efficient lighting at several of our intersections, as well as our city facilities. And so the City of Costa Mesa has, again, several, and this is just a snapshot of some of the projects that we've been looking at. I didn't want to get too gregarious with the number of projects here, but we've got plenty to do. Our City Hall is very archaic and old, and we could use all the help we can get in kind of getting that facility up to speed and much more energy efficient than it is currently. So I thank you for your time, and we are in support of this motion. Thank you.
Mr. Ettinger, Harvey Ettinger, come to the vacant microphone.
Good morning. My name is Yesenia, and I am the Executive Director of Oakview Renewal Partnership. Our mission is to narrow the gap between the residents of Oakview and the remainder of Huntington Beach. Our focus is really in 4 pillars, which is education, health, economic well-being, and cultural integration. And I'm really here to give testimony to our work and all of our intimate involvement in the community over our last 20 years. Our founder, Jack Shaw, first came to this community because he saw not only the challenges, but really the opportunities that existed there. I'm so glad that my colleague and community representative, Mary, spoke to some of the statistics of the neighborhood, so I don't have to go into those. But we do know that there's roughly about 10,000 individuals that live within a square mile radius. And our work has really proven to show that the individuals that live there are really ready for some of these creative solutions. Some of the funding that would come from this opportunity would help us address some of the green initiatives and housing really plans that we've been looking at along with the residents and partners. And so we really urge you to please consider the city's position to increase the funding to really include the community of Oakview. Thank you for your time.
Would Mark Vojkic come to the microphone?
It's at Sue Wong's house.
Huh?
It's at Susie Wong's house, the dress designer.
Go ahead. State your name for the record.
My name is Harvey Eder, and I'm Executive Director of the Public Solar Power Coalition, and speaking for myself and the coalition, and also a member, but not speaking for, the local Sierra Club and statewide Sierra Club Energy and Climate Committee. I just want to say there was a shout out by DiCaprio when he won his Best Actor award at the Oscars this week about climate change, and that it's the most serious problem facing humanity, which I was very happy to see. I went and saw his movie, and perhaps 100 million people saw that. What is happening in LA County and around the state, and there's another meeting today up in San Jose, is a type of public power called community choice energy or community choice aggregation. And unanimously, the supervisors for LA County have funded a feasibility study and are going through with this, and it's being joined by 12 cities in the South Bay area. This is what can be done in areas around these power plants, and all of the projects that were cited and more could be implemented through that. This started up in the Bay Area, and when Enron was gaming the state in 2002, there was Assembly Bill 117 was passed to implement community choice aggregation. It's where in most cases here, Edison will continue to own the transmission and distribution lines, and the cities and the counties put in solar and energy efficiency, and the billing is done through the investor-owned utility, but it's actually owned and implemented, the solar and renewables, through the local city and or county. And this should be done here, as well as to phase out the natural gas in these power plants. So this needs to be done as soon as possible. We've been talking to you folks for 30 years about immediate total solar conversion, and it looks like the time has come, and this is something that should be integrated into this program. The only one down here in Southern California that's being done, a Republican city in Lancaster has formed a community choice energy system. They've also got BDY, the electric bus manufacturer, in their area. Okay, thank you.
Peleges, come to the vacant microphone. Your name for the record, sir.
Good morning. My name is Mark Vukojevic, and I'm the city engineer for the city of Newport Beach. On behalf of the city of Newport Beach, we support the motion, but we would ask for your specific reconsideration with regard to the radius of the impact area. I think, as was discussed earlier, we're specifically looking for the priority given to the surrounding community and the impacts, so that the fees and the mitigations can go to the surrounding impacted communities. Specifically, we're asking you to reconsider from a 10-mile radius to a 6-mile radius. Newport Beach is prepared with many projects that we've identified through our bicycle master plan, including pedestrian bridges and bicycle nodes and charging stations. We have a very destination community there where we would like to add those air quality benefits and promote pedestrian and cycling usage. So again, we'd ask for your reconsideration to moving it from a 10-mile to a 6-mile radius, and we support the items in the Huntington Beach letter as well. Thank you.
Molly, your name for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Delglaze. I'm City Council member from the City of Huntington Beach. Good morning again. Huntington Beach greatly appreciates the deliberate approach that the governing board has taken with this phase of Rule 1304. We've been engaged in this process since the first working group from more than 3 years ago and have provided comments at every juncture, most recently at the Stationary Source Committee meeting of February 19th. The most recent suggestion made by members of that committee and subsequent revisions by district staff have reflected a sincere consideration of the concerns of the city, as previously submitted for the public record. However, our council, our residents remain committed to a number of lingering and substantive concerns regarding the implementation of the plan for the distribution and the tracking of funds collected via this rule. When Rule 1304 was adopted by the governing board in 2013, the specific direction was given to the district staff that, quote, priority shall be given to funding air quality improvement projects in impacted surrounding communities where the electrical generating facilities projects are located, unquote. The city, therefore, continues to be concerned that those impacted surrounding communities where the repowering of the EGF projects are located ensure that just 50% of the mitigation fees will be spent to benefit their community. Whether the radius is 6 miles as previously proposed or 10 miles as suggested within the version before you today, we believe this is not consistent with the governing board directive and is unfair to the surrounding cities and communities, which bear a disproportionate burden not only during construction of the upgrades to the Huntington Beach Energy Project, but also during the operations of the plant. We appreciate the inclusion of the 15 miles. And the City of Huntington Beach would like to propose that while differential points could be allocated for both proximities to the EGF projects in the EJ areas within 15 miles, 100% of the funding should remain within the county of origin in all cases. This will address the concerns of not only the cities and the communities in Orange County, but those also in San Bernardino, home to a Wanda facility in Los Angeles. I would like to just, in conclusion, the City of Huntington Beach would like to request the staff and governing board adopt the funding guidelines before you today, ensuring that the 100% of the funds available repower stay in our city and county, and 70% of the funding designation for the projects within the 10-mile proximity to the qualified EJF power projects stay. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
All right, that concludes our testimony on this item. Councilman Robinson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just had a couple questions to start with for staff. There have been some comments that were made about Cal EnviroScreen and MATES and how this Oakview community is impacted by those two different processes there. So maybe you could explain that a little bit to me. And have we used Cal EnviroScreen in the past for anything here? Or?
So consistent with our past environmental justice definitions that we've used in previous programs, including Carl Moyer and our Sentinel power plant out in Coachella Valley, we have definitions of environmental justice that take into account poverty on one side in combination with some air quality criteria. And in our definition, we look at PM 2.5 levels, and then we look at cancer risk in all areas of the basin based on our MATES study. What CalEnviroScreen does, it's a recent tool developed by Cal EPA at the state level. And it has a similar purpose to identify environmental justice areas. And it has a whole criteria for demographics in terms of poverty and income and those types of things. It also has a whole set of criteria for environmental factors. And about half of those environmental factors are air quality related, and about the other half are non-air quality related. So, staff's thinking has been if it's an air quality mitigation fund, that it should go towards areas that have air quality impacts. It doesn't have to be that way, but that's kind of how we've been proceeding in the past. There's also some issues with CalEnviroScreen and the calculations of the air quality criteria that we hope to work out in subsequent versions of CalEnviroScreen going forward, and we're working with Cal EPA on that. In terms of the Oakview community, it is eligible under the current what's before you today because it is within the 10-mile radius, whether it's an EJ area or not. So it is eligible for 50% of the funding. The board, when we come back with projects and the RFP, can prioritize that community with the projects, whether it is defined as EJ or not. When you look at CalEnviroScreen of why that community is defined as EJ, it is not defined as EJ because of any air quality factors. There's other factors that come in to give it that designation under CalEnviroScreen.
Okay, and is it possible with our other agenda item today with respect to monitoring at the one waste facility there that potentially that area could fall under a environmental justice community as far as MATES is concerned based on some of that monitoring in the future? Is that a possibility or?
It is possible. It depends on the type of monitoring that's going on there. We don't necessarily expect to see, we're doing some fence line monitoring there with some experimental equipment. But if we find high PM 2.5 levels, there's no reason the board couldn't, add that into the calculation and designate it, especially for this purpose. You could be, within the RFP, you can make an exception and just designate it as such.
Okay. Some of the speakers have also been mentioning about a 6-mile radius preference. So can you speak a little bit to that and just kind of what some of your thoughts are? It seems like they have a lot of concern about the amount of the radius and whether the dollars could potentially be spent in areas that are less impacted than others. And clearly, just intuitively, it makes sense the closer you are to the EGF facility, then the more the impact is, the further you get away. I would expect that to diminish, but maybe you can just explain it from a scientific perspective.
Well, staff's original proposal was actually 6 miles, and it was based on the board's direction in the AB 1318 Sentinel Power Plant project in Coachella Valley that used a 6-mile radius. And that was chosen at that time because that was the area that was analyzed for impacts by the CEC when that power plant was first licensed. Based on Stationary Source Committee feedback, two committees heard extensive testimony and discussion on this. Staff was directed, for the most part, to come back with a 10-mile radius. So that's what's before you today, but staff has no problem with 6 miles either. A 10-mile radius from this power plant actually keeps all the money within Orange County. The 10 miles from Huntington Beach extends just to the county line with Los Angeles.
Sure. And this is in the 50% part that's radius focused rather than the EJ area.
The EJ, again, based on stationary source feedback, is 15 miles, which would extend into other counties.
Okay. And then last question for you. The CSU was asking to extend to 18 miles. Is a lot, and you mentioned some specific universities. So is that more on the LA-based side? When I was looking at attachment 5, it looks like a lot of the LA-based EJ areas are covered, but there is a decent percentage that isn't. And so extending out to 18 miles, that helps a little bit. Is that correct?
I think it was Cal State Dominguez Hills and Cal State LA that, when you look at the maps, would be within some of these proximity criteria if we extended it out a little further.
I know that, again, some of the speakers have asked questions about or made suggestions about the dollars being spent in particular counties. So that would potentially address that CSU issue. Is that correct? If those dollars from those particular plants there in El Segundo, and I can't remember the other one at the moment, but staying in the county, they could the couple in Long Beach and so forth.
I do want to mention that there are 2 potential repower projects that are in Los Angeles County, but right on the Orange County line.
Yeah,
Now, the
correct.
board could change these guidelines and policies going forward when those projects come before the board and the RFP comes before the board. But if it was done only within the county and the board stuck to those guidelines, then Orange County would not be eligible for funding from those projects, even though the prevailing wind direction would be blowing the emissions from those projects, towards Orange County.
Okay, all right. Yep, that concludes my questions.
Okay,
Yes,
then
thank
we'll
you.
go to Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, I'm on the Stationary Source Committee, and I just want to mention that we did discuss this at length in that committee. I want to start by saying that these are guidelines, and the intent of the guidelines is to apply not just to this power plant, but to the other 9 power plants that are in our region. And so, obviously, we do want some flexibility as well. And as Dr. Fine just mentioned, every time you have a project, we can go back and look at this again. But I think it is a good idea as a matter of public policy to have some guidelines that the public can rely on when we are considering the retrofit of any power plant. Several of the speakers mentioned the 6-mile radius as opposed to 10 miles. I know one thing we looked at Stationary Source was when you do any radius, a lot of it ends up out in the ocean because these are coastal cities. So we extended that radius in part to mitigate that factor. One thing that we could consider, since there are a lot of people that have testified this morning with respect to a 6-mile radius, is to amend the guidelines to keep the 10-mile, original 10-mile radius, but to add in that provision that priority would be given to projects within the 6-mile radius. We anticipate that whenever a project is presented, it'll come back in an RFP form. And so, we would be looking at that again, and we can then determine, is this within 6 miles or 10 miles? Is it an environmental justice or not? I mean, we will be able to give a more refined approach to any project as it comes back to us. So the way it is now, the 10-mile radius is everything falls within Orange County. And so I wouldn't want to change these guidelines to say that, to change it to say the project must be within Orange County, because as Dr. Fine mentioned, you may have other projects that are in LA County but on a border, and so you really want to be mitigating the impact of communities, and air crosses our county borders, as we all recognize, and so we need to be looking at that more in a broad based fashion. So those are my comments, and the board may want to consider an amendment to give priority to that 6-mile radius for any project that comes before us. That's a suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Liu?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the staff's proposal. I think that we've gone through this quite a bit, and they've tweaked it and made it better along the way, and the process has worked well. I want to express my delight and enthusiasm for the cities who came forward and told us about the things that they've done and the things that they would like to do to better the environment and reduce air pollution in their communities. It's very heartening to know that, and suggested to me that perhaps one of the roles that we could do better is to assist these cities in being able to achieve those things, if not through funding from this program, funding through other incentive programs such as the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, and providing some assistance with those communities so that they're prepared and capable of competing for those incentive monies. I think that I guess my only other comment was just said by Councilmember Mitchell that I don't think air pollution respects political boundaries, and we have to keep that in mind. So I wouldn't be in favor of restricting it to a particular county of origin, because a lot of projects can be right on the border and have severe impacts in a neighboring county.
How about Board Member Caciotti?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of comments and a few questions for staff. I echo Councilmember Mitchell and Mr. Liu's comments. I want to keep the 10-mile radius. And I'd like to tweak the Councilmember Mitchell added to, when we're reviewing the request for proposals, to maybe put a little more credit towards cities within the 6-mile boundary to address your concerns. With respect, and one of the issues they brought up in one of the cities I thought was very bright was the even drought-tolerant plants. You go, well, how does that affect air quality if they're going to change from grass to drought-tolerant? Let me give you one example. In a small city of South Pasadena, well, we've got to pump our water from San Gabriel, where somebody had the vision to buy a well 100 years ago, 4 miles uphill towards my house to our reservoirs. Our city pays 2/3 of our city's electric bill is just pumping water to our reservoirs and to our citizens. And that is pumped by electrical power. So just converting so people don't have to use so much water to water is a big savings in air pollution. But I want to ask a question regarding, you talked about prevailing winds. I've got a couple of these facilities. It's important that we keep the 10 because Glendale and Burbank are in the middle of my 2 million resident district. What are prevailing winds, and if you can tell us about the toxic dispersion of these toxic emissions throughout the area, versus close versus far? Is it just kind of what happens when these emissions spread out in our basin?
Well, there's generally types of impacts we look at from facilities like this. One would be regional. So you look at PM 2.5 and particularly NOx emissions that can contribute to regional PM 2.5 and ozone issues throughout the basin. And those, again, know no boundaries, political boundaries, and they can blow all the way inland to the Inland Empire and contribute to ozone formation. The other thing we look at for facilities like this is the local impacts. We look at that through CEQA, we look at that through permitting and other programs. And then we're most concerned with things like PM 2.5 exposure, NO2 exposure, any other air toxic exposure. And it just depends on the project and the prevailing winds about where the impact is. And it's really done through the permitting process. CEC does it, we do it to define what those impacts are, putting it in a computer model with the prevailing winds to see. Sometimes it can go out miles, sometimes it's closer, just depends on the facility.
Okay, Supervisor Benoit?
Thank you. As the representative for the area of the Sentinel, where we did the last definitions of areas for grant funding of this type, I just offer the council that the more complicated you make it, the more difficult it is, and the more inclusive you allow it to be, the more the staff can then just simply look at project versus project and rate them on the overall value from an air quality perspective within the region. I think that the staff's done a good job considering those past experiences and putting together the staff proposal, and I would move approval of the staff proposal as drafted.
Second. We have a motion and a second, even though that was an illegal motion because he spoke before he made the motion. But, he's my guy, what can I tell you?
Joe hit his hand.
Huh? Let's try it again. Would you like to make a motion, Supervisor Benoit?
Yes, as a matter of fact, sir. Could I move approval of the staff recommendation?
Okay, great. And we have a second?
I would like a second.
Yes, sir. Do we need a roll call on this? Or is this a unanimous vote? Seeing no opposition, this item is approved. Now, the majority of the people who are in the audience are here, the vast majority are here for item 41 and closed session. So what I think I'm going to do is trail 39 and 40 for a moment and go to 41. And take that so that we can get these people home. Item 41.
Thank you, Dr. Burke. This item is a request by the State Senate Committee on Environmental Quality and several individual members of the State Senate. The request is to reconsider the vote on reclaim that the board made at the December 2015 governing board meeting. The request has been made in a letter from the Committee on Environmental Quality dated February 12th, 2016. The gist of the committee's request is that the board schedule a hearing to consider an additional shave to reclaim. This item comes to the board as a reconsideration, and so under the board's procedural rules, a motion to approve this item must be made by a board member who voted on the prevailing side with regard to the December reclaim item. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
We have an enormous amount of testimony on this item. It's been suggested to me that we limit it to 2 minutes per speaker, but if there is a problem with any board members with that, please voice it now, or we'll do 2 minutes. Okay. We're going to start with Mr. Hoffman, Dan Hoffman, and Michael Wolf.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, board members. My name is Dan Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director for the Wilmington Chamber of Commerce, and I'm also this year the Chair for the South Bay Association of Chambers of Commerce that represents chambers from LAX to Long Beach. I'm here this morning to comment on your decision of December 4th, which was a culmination of 3 years of work, a lot of testimony, and I'm sure pages and pages of letter. The shave that you approved at that time represents a 45% increase in reduction. I'm here today to ask you, or to tell the State Senate Environmental Quality Committee, no. I think you thoroughly vetted this, and I think it would be disingenuous to the integrity of this board to do so. So thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Would Patty Senegal please come to the vacant microphone? Your name for the record, sir.
Michael Wolf. Thank you very much for the opportunity to voice my opposition of the motion to reconsider your decision last December. I'm the Senior Vice President of Asia Energy Services, which is the parent company of Brinderson and Schultz. These are all California companies. They provide construction, maintenance, and turnaround services to oil, gas, and power industry. We employ more than 2,500 Californians working safe, keeping plants working safe. My background is I'm an engineer. I've worked more than 40 years in the oil industry. I've lived and worked in the United States, Canada, Europe, Russia, and the Middle East. I've lived in California 5 times and maintained a residence in California for more than 30 years. I care for California, and I intend to stay in California. In my experience, business needs, we need a rule of law. I've seen the result of the lack of a rule of law in different locations. A process was filed and culminated last December. You made a decision. I attended the hearing and witnessed the process. Following that decision, I observed that those affected by that decision started developing their plan, began implementing the plan, commenced engineering, design, and procurement, and were working at a significant cost. With a request to reconsider, those plans have been put on hold. Business needs a process, and to rely on that process so they can focus on managing their business, being safe, bringing value to the community, being good to the environment, bringing clean, reliable, and affordable energy to Californians. Therefore, I strongly urge you to oppose the motion to reconsider the decision last December. Thank you very much. You bet.
Vacant microphone. Your name for the record, ma'am?
Patty Senecal with Western States Petroleum Association, Chairman Burke, members of the governing board. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment. WISPA is opposed to the reconsideration of the amendments to the reclaim rule. We agree and wish to highlight the AQMD's December 5th press release, which stated the actions taken by the governing board is the largest single pollution cut adopted by the agency in recent years. The amendments were the culmination of 3 years, a 3-year rulemaking that included unprecedented levels of stakeholder, staff, and governing board involvement. More than 15 formal stakeholder meetings, public workshops, consultations were held. The matter came to the Stationary Source Committee 5 times before it came to the board. Hundreds of stakeholders have participated through submission of written comments, public testimony. This is one of the most thoroughly evaluated, considered rules in the history of the board and the district here. Reclaim has been successful in a model program for controlling criteria emissions. I'd like to highlight again the December 5th press release from the district. Since the adoption of Reclaim in 1993, there's been a 71% decrease in emissions. In fact, the Reclaim program has achieved greater reductions than non-Reclaim sources and even mobile sources. The NOx control measure approved in the 2012 AQMP, previously approved by CARB, was for a 3 to 5 ton shave or 11 to 19% reduction. The recently adopted amendments at 12 tons per day is a 45% shave, far exceeding the requirements of the control measure previously adopted by CARB. The recent RTC shave also far exceeds the 8.8 ton per day requirement by law or BART equivalency. The Southern California refineries are committed to meeting the 12-ton shave, as we too are part of the community and want to continue to improve air quality in the basin with technology advancements. WISPA supports the board vote, and we urge you to not reconsider the rule. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Would Elizabeth Warren come to the vacant microphone?
Good morning. I'm Bill Lamar, Executive Director of the California Small Business Alliance. I'm here to say that our entire membership supports the vote you took on December 4th. Small business derives millions of dollars annually in projects, contracts, and jobs from large reclaim businesses in virtually all sectors of the economy. Any initiative that has an effect on big business has the same effect on small business times 2.5. A reconsideration of any vote taken by this board would establish a horrible precedent and one that has never occurred in my nearly 3 decades of rural development matters with this agency. How can businesses have confidence in your vote on any rule if yours is not the final word? How would we know that once we invest in equipment to meet new compliance mandates, that you wouldn't change your mind and surrender to threats from other regulatory agencies or misguided politicians, depending on their temperament at the time? All businesses need and require regulatory certainty. In his letter, Executive Officer Corey wrote that your vote will negatively affect the health of people living in our region because in his mind, our businesses could do more. He needs to be reminded that our businesses are the cleanest in the world. The rulemaking undertaken by this agency, the commitment by responsible business owners, and the dedicated governance by this board has given the public the cleanest air ever from the sources under your control. Sadly, the same can't be said for the mobile sources under Mr. Corey's control. We urge you to stick to your principles and the vote you've taken, and you have our continued support. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Would Mr. Curtis Coleman come to the vacant microphone?
Chairman Burke, honorable board members, good morning. My name is Elizabeth Warren. I'm the Executive Director of Future Ports. We're located in the harbor area, representing the entire goods movement industry, as well as other affiliated industries located within and around the San Pedro Bay ports. Future Ports has over 60 member companies, including 4 labor unions, representing over 50,000 employees throughout Southern California. I'm here today to express our strong opposition to any reconsideration of the NOx reclaim amendments and urge the board to oppose a motion to reconsider item number 41. As previously stated, it's taken 3 years to adopt these amendments, and the board was dutiful in using its authority and responsibility to make its decision on this policy. So we implore the board to stand by its decision and to not allow other agencies or political pressure to interfere with the local board. This would undermine public process. I want to just thank you for the opportunity to speak before you this morning and keeping this comment short and letting the others speak as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Would Ina Esquivel come to the vacant microphone?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Kurt Coleman here this morning on behalf of the Southern California Equality Alliance. You know, I've been working this area of air quality regulation for close to 40 years. This is an unprecedented situation as I can remember of having a Senate committee or a legislative committee request the board to reconsider after years of development, months of meetings through the Stationary Source Committee, and literally hours of public testimony, and probably twice or 3 times the hours of review by board members of the voluminous paperwork that accompanied this rulemaking. So you can imagine, yes, I'm opposed to and my group is opposed to a reconsideration of this matter. I would say rather than me try to explain why, I would just commend you to revisit the letter Dr. Berger wrote back to me that I think it's perfectly right consideration is warranted in this case. Thank you.
Frank Montez and Ruben Gonzalez.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Frank Montes. I represent the California Hispanic Chambers of Commerce. I'm the chairman there, represent the Greater Riverside Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and the California Small Business Association. But since this is a local matter, you're as a local resident. Everything that happens in our communities, as I've been sitting here listening, is about local control. All you should say the community, all the regulations should fit our community. I urge you to hear from Mr. Benoit, Ms. Rutherford. Don't let nobody tell you what to do. You represent our community, and like they say, all politics are local. Right. Remember, the community's watching. We expect this board to be the voice of our communities. And as a resident of the Inland Empire, we support your decision, and we have high consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Ring on behalf of the Los Angeles area in the Los Angeles region for over 8 years. We stand in opposition to reconsideration of your decision regarding a claim. This board, staff, all of the stakeholders went through a long process. I think a process to create a regulation is supposed to be. And then this board, this independent board, made a balanced decision that frankly no stakeholder was happy with. And that's your job, to balance the needs of cleaning the air with the other needs of our communities. And in fact, that's why the AQMD was created in the first place, to have a local board of representation meeting specific needs for the counties. At the December meeting, you did that, and you did that well. So defend the whole district, and balanced, credible, good, honorable decision made by this board.
Thank you very much, Mr. and Mr. Ivan Teller.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Bill Quinn. I'm with SEEB, the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance. I'm also an active participant in the claim working group. SEEB opposes reconsideration. First, I want to state strongly that we support the letter that Dr. Burke wrote to Senator Wykowski. I won't go through it. I encourage everyone to read the letter. I think it makes excellent points. Our second concern is that the motion was dangerous regulatory uncertainty, political upheaval, and gridlock. SEEB finds it troubling that a few members of the legislature call for reconsideration, point it because they disagree with the outcome. This undermines not just the authority of the South Coast Governing Board, but also of its sister agencies across the state. And it is bad policy. Membership of the governing board was careful air quality management. For 4 counties of the region, these counties, as well as representatives from the governor, the Senate Rules Committee, and the Speaker of the Senate. The South is one of the representation from the administration and legislature. We hope this board will guard its authority. And it's important to recognize that we spent over 3 years working on NOx reclaim. After careful consideration and looking at an inventory of over 500 tons per day of NOx, I hope that you move on to other pressing work of this agency, including the critical work of the AQMD. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. With Al Gaither,
Alfred? All right.
Please state your name.
Members of the governing board, I'm Alvin Tether. I'm president of the California Small Business Alliance, and I'm chair of the LA Environmental Committee. I'm here to support December 2015. I was in LA in the 1980s working for the National Commission on Air Quality, and you couldn't see the mountains, just clouds of smog. Now the district and the regulated community have accomplished really impressive improvement since then, but attainment of the ever tighter emission standards remains elusive. In 1994, EPA stepped in, and Congress passed a law against what they came up with. It's not an easy task. Supervisors Benoit and Nelson wisely observed, followed up by Councilmember Mitchell and Dr. Liu. We need help from Congress to deal with major mobile sources. Otherwise, the alternative is what I call rounding up the usual suspect. Important the attainment goals squarely on of stationary businesses, both large and small. I've seen this year after year and AQMP after AQMP. Regulation is important to help level the playing field for businesses, but it needs to be well-crafted, smart, and appropriately balanced. Yielding to pressure to push aside the December 2015 amendment to reclaim be smart. This effort was well crafted and inclusive. Other businesses have clarified, articulate. District heard and listened to all. Please do not throw it in the wastebasket. Thank you.
Alfred Sattler. I am a resident very close to the Los Angeles harbor. I can look out and see from my driveway. And I'm old enough to remember when ozone pollution was so bad that it hurt to breathe. I lived in the San Gabriel Valley from about 1969 to almost 1980. And yes, we've had significant improvement since then, but it still is unhealthy for residents, especially in the Inland Empire, to breathe on some days. As you know, NOx is a key factor, at this point, the key factor in reducing ozone air pollution. The AQMD should do all it can to regulate NOx emissions within its purview, as well as asking other agencies to reduce NOx within their purview. Several previous speakers have alluded to the lengthy process that went into the background for the AQMD decision. And yet the board apparently decided not to take that full recommendation that went into that process. This is unfortunate. To my mind, the reclaim process was established as an alternative to regulation of NOx, and justification what it was economically efficient to allow regulated industries to choose which control measures and locations to reduce NOx emissions from. The failure to completely reduce the caps is perhaps an indictment of cap and trade, and perhaps even pricing on emissions. Theory. I urge you to reconsider.
England and Peter Herzog, please come to the vacant microphones.
Good morning. I'm Dave England, representing the BizFed Southern California Business Coalition, and I'd like to ask members of our coalition in the audience to please stand up. We urge you to stand by your December vote on NOx reclaim and oppose any motion to reconsider. These amendments were adopted after 3 workshops and public testimony and were described by you as the largest emission reduction in the history of this program. They are with challenge a rule they've not considered, for which they have not held hearings or taken stakeholder input. We're shocked and disappointed that both CARB and the Environmental Committee would have politicized this process. For this is a chilling message to the public. Why even bother to have local and regional boards? Why bother to invite and receive public testimony? Why bother to have stakeholder involvement in the rulemaking process if CARB and a Senate committee can simply undo that process through political pressure? Even worse, some have suggested a partisan agenda, which is patently false. Democrats passed a majority of this board in December when reclaim passed, and Republicans comprise a majority today. But all that we all want clean air for our families and communities. We all should be proud of the great progress for clean air Southern California has made under this board's leadership. We in the business community reject the false choice and job creation to do 1 in 4 Southern California children live in poverty. We've seen in years. Those children deserve to breathe clean air, and they deserve the healthy homes that result when a parent has a job. We want to continue working with the board to build on our success that we can achieve both clean air and a strong economy. Your NOx vote is an example of that leadership, and we urge you to stand by it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, with NAV SoCal, Commercial Real Estate Development Association. And as you've heard, a lot of concern about process here, and I would suggest that it's great reclaim or that any other issue is about having a solid process, the credibility of this agency, and certainty to the regulatory process. That's what you're voting on. And to consider or even consider consideration does tremendous harm to all 3 of those. I spent 19 years on the city council and sat on way too many commissions and committees and boards. And reconsideration typically happen immediately at that same meeting or at the very next meeting. We're now 3 months down the road, and as you've heard, agencies have had to start working on analysis for questions. And you have to ask yourself, if you can pick up at any point in time, it's going to be a thing that everybody in the business community, all your stakeholders have to look at the agenda Friday or your Monday to see if there's a motion for reconsideration on it. Because that's what you will have decided. You will decide if we can now put something, no matter when it was heard, 3 months, 2 months, 5 months, whatever, at any time. How are we going to know what the heck to do? Additionally, and I think most tragic, is this is being caused by one senator, and he wrote a. I mean, even look at the agenda and consider the request of the State Senate Environmental Quality Committee. As this moment, nobody knows it. This is
didn't do what you did. You went through, as I recall, 3 votes. 3 votes. One finally won. You did your job. You did it well. Stand by it. Make a motion to reconsider and send a message to everybody that you will not kowtow to outside interests.
Would Mr. Spackman and Ms. Watson come to the vacant microphones? I know she let you first try. It was aged, I think. Yes.
My name is Yvonne Watson. I'm a resident of the city of Montebello. I don't have a group of people standing behind me right now to stand up and champion for people like me. I suffer from asthma. I've had difficulties my entire life. I was born with respiratory pneumonia. I am sick and tired of being sick and tired. All I can say is I was glad to see this item on the agenda, just because personally, their program is a joke. I think it ought to be scrapped. I think we could do better. And for people who live in the district, people that suffer with respiratory illness, we're begging you. You need to do something to clean the air. Clear air is not clean. There are plenty of things out there that are just as bad for you as you can see. Please, we need to do better. This entire program needs to be scrapped, and you need to put something in place that's much to protect people like me. And I'm sorry, but your public Thank you.
Thank you. You know, that's not Mr. Spackman.
Chairman, members of the board, I'm Rob Spackman, I'm the regional manager of Public Affairs for Chevron. I want to start by saying thank you to the board for your deliberation back on the first of this rule. I think the decision at the time was reasonable and appropriate. In every respect, it will say the value of the program in 1994 7% increase on most of the environment we work in here in Southern California. Personally, I am a very thorough practitioner who's been involved in many meetings that have helped lead an air. I'm very concerned with the aggressive politicization of this issue based on it is a very bad precedent when individuals or organizations can attempt to subvert majority decisions in a comprehensive rulemaking simply because it does not meet someone else's expectations. Coupled with somewhat unconstructive dialogue with the rule and much of information I personally find frustrating when looking at the aspects. And I think you have the very healthy for which you should look at how you might develop future sound public policy. I believe this intervention is unwarranted, and it seriously erodes the important authority of this board. And I encourage each of you to not reward this type of intervention and reaffirm December 4th. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. With Mr. Jeff Davies, Diana Esquivel. Did she leave? Diana, are you here? Then would Harvey Ettinger come to the vacant microphone? Your name for the record, sir.
Yes, my name is Jeff Davies. I am an Orange County resident. I'm also working in consulting, environmental consulting. Like the others that have spoken here today, I here in Southern California was born over 50 years ago out in the Inland Empire, and I was raised there and moved to Orange County Valley 25 years ago when I started my career. And to say that I'm proud of where we come from when I was young, where I am now, as experience as just a resident living here and watching my be able to play outside and not have the same impact that I had when I was their age, as far as not being able to swim in my pool for more than an hour without not being able to breathe. I think this board and I think the progress we've made technologically over the last decades has been tremendous. And I think we're still making progress, and I still think we can make more progress. But I'm standing here today strongly opposing reconciliation of this Knox reclaim. I am also saying that I think it's vitally important that the board make a decision and not allow CARB or state Senate to interfere with what you've already done. So thank you very much for your time.
My name is Harvey Eder, not Edinger, sir.
I'm sorry.
I'm with the Public Solar Power Coalition. Also active with the Sierra Energy and Climate Committee. The board of directors of the Sierra Club's position is that by 2030, 100% of our electricity for the whole country will come from solar renewables. This is part of that taken in that context. My family's been around here. 99 years ago, my grandfather started a locksmith in 1917. We have 4 generations that are native to the district, to LA County. We participated in some of these hearings, and when they read the information by the consultants, we came on the record saying, you did not analyze solar energy. Put in the record the SEGS plan, solar energy class, within a policy that have 30 years rating of the concentrated solar is cost effective for residential, for commercial, for utilities, but not for. This is wrong. We the records last week, and one of you is appointed by the Senate. So this is a group that works both the Senate and the government and the Assembly, and we got that. And solar is cost effective and should be used and was ignored. And I guess folks have to be litigated again. Control. Nothing's been done. I agree with them. Thank you.
Mr. Joe McLaughlin and Tony Gracia.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak for you. My name is Joe McLaughlin, lifelong resident of Los Angeles. In biblical times, the prophets knew what they telling about how to lives and treat people, to take what they said very seriously, or dire consequences would come to pass. The modern-day prophets are they're listening to what the earth and the climate are playing. They're seeing dire consequences if we don't follow the recommendations that they're saying. Just the conversation on this issue, because it's an urgent, dire issue that we must confront. These regulations from fossil fuel industry is its existence being fading away because we have to get off of fossil fuels. Of course, they're resisting that. We need to push forward the job of your body, protect the quality of the air in this region. 17 million people rely on your decisions. We also have to look beyond that to the future of this area and actually the entire world. because we, in the entire situation, you, ladies and gentlemen, have the power to make decisions forward in that. Pay for profits. And then.
Thank you for your testimony. Yes, sir.
Chairman Burke, thank you very much. My name is Tony Gross, Executive Director of the California and member of the Coalition. 3-year period, and it's more than 12 working groups in interaction back and forth between the board and the staff of the South Coast Air Quality Management District. A work came to process that was, I would say, a balanced review and approach. The opportunity to provide information back from industry to the staff, and on December 4th, we adopted a resolution that we believe should continue to go forward. We believe that you as a board have been assigned to regulate in this area, and outside influence should not do your job for you. We believe you've done a good job with that. We know it's a continuing effort. Air quality in this area is always a continuing effort. Industry has kept up with every type of regulation that comes forward and spent the money to try to comply, and incrementally we move forward with that. So we, as California Asphalt Pavement Association and members of the coalition, ask that you stand by your decision from December 4th and continue working with industry to meet the air quality standards that we want to have forward. So we would ask you to continue, not reconsider, and move forward with what you have and allow us to continue to participate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Alicia Rivera, are you here? I see you. There you are. And I'm going to try one more time, Dina Esquivel? Not here.
Good morning. My name is Alicia Rivera. I'm with Communities for a Better Environment, and I'm a community organizer in the most polluted area of Los Angeles, Wilmington, where most refineries are congregated. And on this issue, I can see that all industry here is opposed to reconsideration because they got what they wanted when you adopted that terrible program to make it even easier for refineries to pollute and power plants. And if you're not going to adopt the proposal that the staff was recommending, then you should not reconsider. So my question is, the reconsideration would be between the industry proposal that was adopted and the staff recommendation, which was rejected? So is that the reconsideration between those two programs, or are you going to start over? So I do support if you are going to reconsider and adopt what the staff was proposing, then it definitely need to reconsider. We are appalled by what you adopted. That was what the industry designed, and they got what they wanted. That's why they are all opposing reconsideration. So let me put this. If you're going to, again, address the proposal, the better proposal that the staff was recommending, then reconsideration is appropriate. Because what you pass is just going to make it cheaper for refineries to continue to pollute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the testimony on this item. I have currently no speakers, no board members. Yeah, I expected him. Nobody? Okay, you're up to bat.
Well, first thing that I want to say is
in looking at what has transpired, I think I should say, for the benefit of all of those who are in the audience that is not, that may not know, that I am the appointee by the Senate Rules Committee on this board. No one from the Senate Rules Committee has contacted me or to try to influence me to do anything other than what it was that we've done. But I do believe that as a representative of the people of the state for this particular region, that I have a direct responsibility in that regard to ask our board to accept the letter that was sent by the Senate Rules Committee as a part of our data and our files. Does not, and the rationale and the reason of why they are asking for reconsideration. In that regard, doesn't say that anybody would be changing their position or anything of that nature, but I think that we are a politically, statutorily created body, created by the legislature. Our members and how it was really formed is a direct result itself of something that is not constitutional, but it's statutorily created. In so doing, that when I think anyone from the legislature asks us to look at something, I think we owe them that kind of respect, a duty to say that we're going to give it our utmost looking at. Certainly we're independent and we make up our own minds, and that's why everybody is here who are independent. And as we know that this board is consisting of 10 members that are elected by the people of their various different communities, and 3 of us are elected statewide to render our own independent decisions as to how we see things themselves are going. But I think it would really only be appropriate, each of you in your constituencies that you look at. I'm talking to my fellow board members. When your constituents ask you to consider something, I think you have a direct responsibility to consider it and then make your own decision. So I would like to make a motion that the board...
No, you can't make a motion now.
Okay.
You spoke to it. So I'm going to Supervisor Nelson, and I'll come back to you for a motion.
All right, thank you. Let me finish then.
Okay.
Under those circumstances, I think that the letter itself is very informative. I don't know, but I don't believe that this letter that is received from the Senate is a part of the record, and the public has... Do they have access to this? Have they been made in our packet that is produced today, Mr. Weiss?
The clerk has copies available for the public.
I think it really it states some things that are kind of informative. And it asks for a request, and we'll address that as Dr. Burke stated later. But that would be one of the things that I would think that everyone here would want to look at it, because what it does say is that even though we spent 4 years, 3 years, as everyone is saying, making these rules, that the rules that we ultimately adopted, which we had the complete authority, and I certainly agree with that, to adopt whatever we want to as a board, but that's not what was adopted. And I think that's what the letter itself is stating, and that is the position that they're taking within this letter. So that's why I will come back and ask that this letter be made a part of the record, and everyone will have an opportunity to see it, to see the rationale that they use as it relates to making this request of this particular board. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
No problem. Supervisor Nelson?
It's probably important to point out that the mere fact that it appears on the agenda makes it by definition part of the record. So I think we can resolve that. It's in fact history now. It is part of the record. I don't think we need to see a show of hands, but I can't imagine that there is anyone on this board that would admit to having not given this the fullest consideration. It is our solemn responsibility to have done just that. So the concept that on someone's request, no, please, give it due consideration, suggest that somebody up here didn't give this the appropriate amount of consideration and thought the first go-around. Now, please don't out yourselves, because I'd frankly rather not know if that's your circumstance, but I assure you, that's not what I'm doing here. You know, none of us gets everything that we want. And this concept that someone in the legislature would remind us really of what we already know, I disagree with your conclusion. Well, is that even news? And that's a serious question. Is it possible that there's anyone in this room that didn't know, without reading the letter, exactly how the author felt before they wrote it? And has anything changed since prior to our hearing? This idea that legislators are going to be asking for reconsideration, I can't imagine this would be a good time to start that, because there's never a good time to start that. You know, there are a lot of legislators in California, 80 in one group and 40 in the other. And I can't imagine us entertaining reconsideration every time someone disagreed and would really like to give it due consideration. With all due respect, I would like to make a substitute motion that we do not consider any re-request to hear this, and that this issue be put to bed permanently.
There isn't a motion on the floor, so, and he spoke to it, so he can't make a substitute motion. But I understand exactly what he's talking about. Okay, back to Dr. Parker for the motion.
Might work well in Parliament where you got, hundreds of members.
Before I make my motion, I want to make a clarification.
You were going to start talking again.
Well, okay. All right. My motion is that, move that the board reconsider its December 4, 2015 vote on the reclaimed shave as requested by the Senate Environmental Quality Committee in its February 12, 2016 letter. This is not a motion to change. This is a motion to determine whether or not we should reconsider.
Can I ask a question before I of
Sure.
staff? A motion has been made, and I know you read the rules. It would only have to be made by a person who voted in favor of the. Can a person? Does a second also have to be a person who voted in, or can anybody?
No, only the maker of the motion needs to have been on the prevailing side.
I'll second the motion.
Supervisor Nelson. Now you can make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I appreciate the sense of humor. At this time, I would move that we deny the request to reconsider the item.
Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this motion? Hearing nobody else, I'd ask the clerk to open the roll.
Hold on. I think we need a second on his substitute motion.
What's up for the motion?
Did you make a substitute?
He didn't make a.
I did just make a substitute motion that we not hear any request.
Excuse me, the substitute motion is the exact opposite of the motion that was presented, so it's an improper motion under Robert's rules. A denial of the motion that's made satisfies your question, Supervisor Nelson.
Take a vote on the original.
So I didn't even know that. Is that true?
Yes, it is, Dr. Berg.
Okay. Then we have a motion. Do we have a second for Dr. Parker's motion?
We have a speaker.
Yes. Okay. Then.
Speaker? Robinson would like to.
I'm sorry?
Robinson and Mitchell would like to speak.
I just spoke.
Okay. Robertson, Councilman.
So could I make a motion to receive and file?
Receive and file the letter from the.
Receive and file the letter and the recommendation.
You could.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we just receive and file the letter from the Senate and the recommendation, and that's all.
Can we get a second to that?
A second.
We have a second. So the motion that we will be voting on is to receive and file the letter. Would you open the roll? That motion passes 10-3. So in essence, that means that we will not reconsider the item. Okay, moving on to.
On the floor, Dr. Burke, would be Dr. Parker's motion.
When you receive and file it, doesn't that kill it?
No, I don't believe so. I mean, it would have the same infirmity that Supervisor Nelson's motion has.
No, that was like a substitute motion, or a substitute motion to receive and file. It's another one of those yes and no.
Okay, the motion that Councilman Robinson made is on an entirely different subject matter and actually was out of order. So the motion of Dr. Parker should be voted on, and then there just became a doctor, Councilman Robert, then his motion can be considered after that. I mean, they're not in opposite to one another. Both motions can be considered, but separately, and the motion first made should be considered first.
See, that's why you never marry a lawyer. I made that mistake. So we will now vote on Dr. Parker's motion, which is, would you restate your motion, Dr. Parker? It's been a minute here.
Okay.
That we reconsider, right?
I'm glad I have it written down so that I read it exactly. I move that the board reconsiders December 4th, 2015 vote on the reclaimed shave as requested by the Senate Environmental Quality Committee in its February 12th, 2016 letter. This is a motion to determine whether or not we will reconsider, not whether or not we will change the results.
Okay, that's a motion. You have a second by Cacchiotti. Would you open the roll again, please, Mrs. Clerk? The motion fails 8-5. Moving on to item.
Does that mean that we have, the receive and file motion is passed? Yes.
Okay, moving on to items, the closed session items. We have probably we have about 30 people to speak, so this will take about an hour and 10 minutes. So let's get started. We'll start with Dr. Tom Williams and Teresa Villagesa. Villagesa? From
Dr. Burke?
2 to 1? Somebody to speak up, I'll reduce it.
We still have 2 items on the agenda, but make it one. Skipping over.
Because he's got all these people sitting there, he wants to take them.
Okay, I have a request to reduce the speaking time from 2 minutes to 1 minute.
Because that's the number of people that are signed up. You only have 2 hours.
Make it the pleasure of the board.
Well, that's what we do at our board. When we have a large number,
Yeah.
we restrict it to 1. I mean, that's
That's it? That's it.
I don't know how the other counties-
Okay, here we go.
What are we doing?
Excuse
1
me,
minute.
Mr. Chairman, what'd you decide on that?
1 minute.
When you have a large number.
Dr. Tom Williams, Sierra Club, Citizens Coalition for a Safe Community from Culver City, and the LA 32 Neighborhood Council. I remember the air in 1973. It wasn't a good thing. It was about the color of this. So what has happened? We've been led by a competent executive officer who has done a good job under adverse conditions from both sides. We would highly recommend that you retain the existing executive officer and implement the plan for the 2017 that finally will be reviewed by only one meeting. So we highly recommend that you not consider the dismissal, release, resignation of the existing chief executive officer. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Teresa Villegas. I work for Supervisor Solis. I'm here to read a statement on behalf of Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Kuehl. Today, Los Angeles County Supervisor Hilda Solis and Sheila Kuehl released the following statement. In the following years of the establishment of the South Coast Air Quality Management District, we've seen a dramatic reduction in smog throughout Southern California. LA residents are breathing cleaner air as a result of stronger and safeguards and higher standards that were made by air quality policies. The agency's website states that it's committed to protecting the health of residents while remaining sensitive to business. Today, however, it appears that the South Coast Board may be moving towards compromising the mission, weighing economic concerns more heavily than the agency's core mission to protect public health. We strongly believe that the health and safety of every resident in LA County must continue to be at the forefront and center of the agency's efforts. We do not wish to see a rollback of these safeguard standards. As part of this commitment, we strongly recommend that the South Coast Air Quality Management District's Executive Officer, Barry Wallerstein, be retained. Thank you.
Ms. Druffel? Yvonne Watson? Mark Lopez?
Hello again. I'm here representing myself and also Sierra Club. I'm here to express my support for Barry Wallerstein. He has done an excellent job in his leadership position here as a executive director. And I just wanted to say that in my experience with him, during different testifying moments with the Aliso Canyon gas leak and on various other issues, I've always found him to be very fair-minded. He seems, we don't maybe agree on everything, but at least when I talk to him, I feel like I'm talking to an equal and not being dismissed. I really urge you to please retain him. He has done an excellent job. And I'm just very, very worried about who might be in line if you dismiss him today. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Mark Lopez, and I'm with East Yard Communities for Environmental Justice. First off, I wanted to say the name of Berta Cáceres. She's the indigenous Honduran leader who was recently murdered, right? And in a country like Honduras, big polluters buy politicians and act with impunity, which in this case results in bullets in someone's body, leading to their death. Here in this region, right, companies can make large donations and influence the political process that result in agencies not doing what they're supposed to do, which results in our bodies being pumped full of lead. That is the case with Exide. The failure of DTSC, and to a certain extent, the failure of this agency for some time. But more recently, it was because of this agency that Exide was shut down temporarily. This is what we continue to need, action, not a radical decision like getting rid of the executive officer. Thank you.
Would Javier Garcia and Jim Stewart come to the available microphones?
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Javier Garay. I'm with Eastern Communities for Environmental Justice. I am a board member, and since I've started, there's been numerous accounts of, well, many testimonies of birth defects, miscarriages, and such as that. And one case is my mother. Recently, she just lost a child, and it's been very hard on the family, right? And so you as a board are supposed to protect our health and our families from companies to make sure that they don't overpollute and such. So as a board, I'd like to remind you that you hold a stake over our lives in the Los Angeles region as well. So I'd like to remind you to do it. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Dr. Stewart?
Speaking on behalf of all the people who breathe air here, I'm just horrified to hear that there are 7 of you who are actually going to remove Barry Wallerstein. This is atrocious. This is a violation of our right for clean air. If you try to remove him, we will all suffer. And we are really, really disappointed if that's the case, that you do something awful like that. All of you have sworn to uphold the California Constitution, which I believe includes the health and safety law, which it means that we have the right to breathe clean air, and removing Barry is going to hurt that.
James Provenzano and Bruce Campbell, please come to the vacant microphones.
Mr. Chairman, the board, thank you. I'm James Provenzano. I am president of Clean Air Now. Virginia Field, who has worked with this board closely, is our vice president, and we have past board members, Ron Loveridge and Hank Weida, on our boards. We are very upset. We have worked closely with Dr. Barry Wallerstein and his staff for decades. Barry has been working tirelessly to address air quality issues and to protect the public's health from air toxins. He can sleep well at night. He has been doing his job, and that is what your job is. You are not here to, if you are not here to protect our public, to protect our health, you should not be on this board. Your only job is to come up with viable solutions to coming into compliance with air quality standards. Barry knows the process. He knows how to deliver an AQMP that feeds into the state's implementation plan, that protects our millions in federally funded for the region. It is not the time to change captains. A strong economy is not mutually exclusive of strong regulations. Quite the contrary. We have the lowest per capita energy use in the country, and our economy is the 6th largest in the world. Stop using the specious argument that strong environmental policy hurts business. It is the exact opposite. If we protect our resources, and that includes public health, then we have a more vibrant community. Please do your job and
thank you very much. Your name for the record, sir?
I'm Bruce Campbell. Good morning, Chairman Burke and board members. It is quite clear that in this era of Citizens United related corruption, our so-called regulatory agencies are being essentially taken over and hamstrung by polluting industries. Some examples of this on the state level are CDF, Dogger, DTSC, Caltrans, and most recently, the Coastal Commission. If Dr. Wallerstein is fired here today, it will be because he has been too effective in carrying out AQMD's mission, too effective in cleaning up Southern California air, and too effective in improving the health of the public. If Dr. Wallerstein is fired, I ask audience members to do diligent research on the financial connections of each AQMD board member who votes for this outrageous proposal. Then publicize your research far and wide. Supervisor Antonovich has been known as not into regulation. He seemed to have been born again with the Aliso Canyon leak, but we'll see whether Mr. Antonovich is concerned about regional residents' health or just upscale Porter Ranch.
I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Wallerstein has been effective.
Would Felicia Bander and Daryl Gale come to the vacant microphones?
Hello, I'm Felicia Bander. I live in Los Angeles. I disagree with you that removing Dr. Wallerstein from his service to this agency is the right thing to do. Your mandate is to protect the public health from the negative effects of unbridled air pollution. Dr. Wallerstein has served the public well and effectively for 2 decades that he's been with this institution. He's an asset to the public and to this agency. To remove him from his post is wrong. It's a miscarriage of justice. Do not throw away his talents and expertise. Allow him to continue to serve us all as we find our way toward a healthier and safer tomorrow. Scientific consensus says we have 15 years to transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy sources before we see the devastating effect and human suffering caused by severe weather patterns. We must transition. You want to support industry, you need to start supporting a different kind of industry, renewable technologies. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Hello, I'm Daryl Gale from a solar apartment in downtown Los Angeles, and I am baffled as to why the board is considering moving Dr. Wallerstein out of his position. I'm incredulous as to how more pollution, more asthma, more cancer, more premature deaths, and a lower quality of life will benefit Southern California. If companies want to do business without pollution restrictions, I would highly encourage them to move to China or India or maybe a nice humid banana republic. Dr. Wallerstein and his superb expertise is highly necessary and needed by this board and the citizens of Southern California. He knows how to compromise and create workable solutions for everyone.
Would Alfred Saffron and Dr. Lee Garland come to the vacant microphones?
Okay. Alfred Sattler. Again, I live very close to the Port of Los Angeles. Word on the street is that a majority of members of the AQMD board intend to fire Dr. Barry Wallerstein today. I hope that's not true. I'm here to speak in support of Dr. Wallerstein. He is very knowledgeable on issues of air pollution. As an example, at a professional conference, I asked him about the issue of electrification of locomotives. He reached into his briefcase and quickly pulled out a graph showing the emissions from locomotives and the great impact that it would have on reducing smog if we were able to take NOx out of locomotives. To the best of my knowledge, he has been a good manager of AQMD staff. He has also pointed out the obligations for the AQMD to protect public health and reduce smog. The AQMD can take pride in the part it has played in reducing smog in our area and need to move forward.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Given Dr. Barry Wallenstein's excellent work over the past 18 years, I'm asking you to please retain him. I understand that you see your job as balancing oil interests with health issues. And I understand that Dr. Wallenstein's exemplary work to protect the air quality of our region concerns those on the board who are more interested in big oil's political weight. And I empathize with you. You receive a lot of pressure from big oil. I witnessed its muscle last fall when the stronger emission cutting rules proposed by Dr. Wallenstein and his staff was rejected. But please don't be fooled. Oil companies are very worried about their future. The era of oil companies running towns is ending. It's fiscally irresponsible not to recognize that and to prepare for a clean energy transition. If you notice the success of divestment campaigns, SB 185, the Paris Climate Summit, please don't let the AQMD be greenwashed and only be air quality management in name only.
Thank you. Stephen Goldsmith and Sylvia Bentecourt, come to the vacant microphones.
Good morning or good afternoon. Came to this as just a citizen who got rained on by ash when the Torrance Refinery exploded, and got involved in the Torrance Refinery Action Committee. I'm not speaking on behalf of that, but I'm also a member of the Rotary Club. And my experience with Mr. Wallenstein was that we called for a meeting, he met with us, and he listened. Shortly after a meeting we had a few weeks ago with the new owners of the refinery, who also listened to us, they said they had to end the meeting because they were coming out to meet with your organization. So I take that he's a person that listens to both, and as a person coming into this and viewing your agency, from, you all have the reputation of being very effective, a government agency that does a lot of good things. Just as a citizen, I see you in a very positive light. I think that reflects the work of yourselves, but also of your executive director and his team. And I urge you, keep him.
Your name for the record, please.
My name is Sylvia Betancourt. I work with the Long Beach Alliance for Children with Asthma. I'm here today in support of Dr. Barry Wallerstein. As soon as we learned that this was something being considered by the board, we were absolutely outraged. Dr. Wallerstein has been a leader, especially with respect to freight transport industry. When we were calling on the California Air Resources Board and on the EPA to address rail and their impact, their negative impact on our communities who are on the front lines, it was AQMD and through Dr. Wallerstein's leadership that we were able to challenge industries who were not doing anything to protect the health of our communities. Today, when you make that decision, know that your name, however it is that you vote, your name will be etched on the lungs of our community members. That is an extreme responsibility, and I urge you to maintain Dr. Wallerstein as the leader of this organization.
Thank you for your testimony. Would Mr. Vern Taylor and Rubina Suak come to the vacant microphones?
I live in Los Angeles, and I am here very much on the basis of what I've read in the Los Angeles Times about what I see is happening here. I have concerns raised that Dr. Wallerstein is being forced out in a similar manner as what happened with the California Coastal Commission. I'm beginning to sense a ideological and political agenda that is reflected in our national Republican politics that I see is moving from ideological formulations, getting trapped in thought patterns, swearing oaths never to change, never to tax, in a misinformed sense of false leadership. What I'm hoping for is some true leadership from this board, where you are flexible, move toward the new era of understanding that is there with Paris and the Pope Francis encyclical.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Rabina Sewell, Executive Director, California Safe Schools. Our region's top air quality officials need to be strong advocates for clean air and mandate industries who pollute to make the investments needed to reduce their emissions. Asthma, cancer, neurological disorders, and birth defects are epidemic in our region and are most vulnerable at risk. This air basin is the most impacted air basin in the country and one of the most densely populated. Despite this, we are one of the most successful economies in the world, And we do not need to trade employment and wealth to get clean air. We can have both. Please continue efforts to clean our air and protect our most vulnerable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Evan Gillespie and Lizette Hernandez.
Good afternoon. My name is Evan Gillespie. I work for the Sierra Club. It's been a strange and troubling week. It's important to note, I think, that the air quality is awful today. It's been unsafe to breathe the air for the last few days. And so it's interesting that the board is considering such a dramatic shift in direction for the agency. And I think it undermines the trust that the public has in this agency to keep them safe. We've watched over time as this board has watered down life-saving regulation after life-saving regulation. And so, to hear that the board is thinking about moving in a different direction is a huge problem. And we have to just wonder why. What is going on? The timing of this. We're about to embark on an air quality management plan that is the most important plan in a generation. And if Dr. Wallerstein leaves staff, throws the whole agency into turmoil at this critical moment. And so, from the Sierra Club, and as someone who's a father and has 2 kids who live near oil drilling, it's deeply troubling. I know I have 3 seconds left, but I just want to say, for 30 years of service, thank you, Barry. And this is a terrible way to treat somebody who's been such an advocate over years. Thank you.
Thank you. Kent Minolt and Nadia Erzi. Yes.
Hi. Good morning or good afternoon. My name is Lizette Hernandez. I'm an organizer of Sierra Club, South Central resident, and I am here to represent the 55,000 members of Sierra Club in the Angeles chapter. I'm also trying to represent the Latino and Indigenous voices. I don't really see any Latino representation, and it's Women's History Month. I'd love to see more women on this board as well. Anyhow, my son has asthma, and you can turn it on. And so every once in a while, he has to go through this at night. Yeah, you turn it on.
Oh, this thing.
So this is what my son has to go through for about 10 minutes. Every 20 minutes, sometimes 3 to 5 times a night in order to be able to breathe. And what I want you to understand is we had to move to the west side in order for him to be able to breathe. But we can't afford to live on the west side, so we had to move back to South Central. And, I'm an organizer. All I know is that I called about 100 people last night and the night before, and I've never heard people advocate for Dr. Wallerstein as I have with other organizations and other issues. There's something really wrong with this board, in the sense that our issues are not being represented. This is probably the first time that you've seen me, but you'll see me many more times. I promise you that. And we will expect you to serve our children like my son, who we need to have represented when these decisions are made. So we ask you to remember him. His name is Kimani Moore. He's African American, he's Latino, he's Native American, and he's Japanese. And he's probably European too. So he represents much of the diverse demographic that you find in Los Angeles. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. No.
One second, hold on.
Yeah, good day. I'm Kent Minot. Thanks for listening to me. I'm with the Sierra Club. I'm here to say the Sierra Club is actually a pro-business environmental group. In reviewing the news about the attempt to push out Dr. Barry Wallerstein, I'm concerned about statements to the effect that this is a manifestation of strong pro-business policies. I'm a Sierra Club organizer. I've brought business leaders into conferences with LA City Council members, other elected appointed officials, and recently we celebrated a business victory in San Pedro with the LA Business Council when a 1.2 megawatt solar installation was switched on. We're concerned here that businesses that pollute are attempting to take control of this board to tilt the game board in their favor. A healthy business environment is necessary to move us off polluting energy and onto clean energy, but it depends on law. And when certain businesses get a pass on disobeying the law, they take unfair advantage of other businesses that are law-abiding. We're here supporting vulnerable communities who suffer disproportionately the effects of pollution. Please disabuse yourself of the idea that getting rid of Dr. Wallerstein at the behest of polluters is somehow pro-business. It isn't. Thank you.
Morning, Board. My name is Nydia Ursig. I'm with the Coalition for Clean Air, and the question before the Board today is whether it will fulfill its mission of cleaning up the air to protect people's health or let the big polluters call the shots. Whether it's diesel exhaust or from port and freight industries, lead from Exide or smog-causing emissions from oil refineries, our communities have suffered for too long from excessive pollution, and the AQMD should actually continue to tighten protections, not weaken its oversight of industrial emitters. AQMD must this year deliver a plan to the state and to the federal authorities, and that we need to show the steps that it will take to finally bring healthy air to our communities. That plan will require tougher restrictions on air polluters and not the bidding of the industry lobbyists. Thank you.
Thank you. Kent Minolt and Nadia Earley. I just spoke. That's okay. Moving on down the line. Angela Johnson and Alicia Rivera.
Good afternoon. My name is Angela Johnson Mazzaros. And according to your letterhead, this agency's mission is cleaning the air we breathe. And while having a job is important, in all due respect, rolling back air quality protections to protect health and to comply with federal law is not a way to protect or to create jobs. Frankly, to the extent that this agency should think about and care about jobs at all, the question is, which jobs? And if we're going to look at jobs as the litmus test for whether something is good or bad, why don't we look at the jobs that are created in the clean energy sector? Why don't we look at the jobs to create and install pollution control? Why don't we look at the jobs that create cleaner technology? This agency has an obligation to clean the air, not to roll back our already slow progress on meeting the clean air goals. I remind you that this basin has never met an ozone standard, ever. That pollution is killing people. It harms our children and it harms our seniors. Addressing this air pollution is this agency's unique job and its core mission. And the people of this region, they deserve better than this agency having divided focus. We deserve your focus to be on cleaning the air that we breathe. Thank you.
Alicia Rivera with Communities for a Better Environment. I'm here today to support Dr. Wallerstein. The sudden move to remove him without public input, even though such input has been stated by the board as important part of this agency's process. Dr. Wallerstein is a highly qualified scientist and executive officer who has long experience managing the AQMD staff. CBE does not always agree with Dr. Wallerstein. In fact, we frequently wish Dr. Wallerstein would go further with industry regulation. CBE, however, is appalled that Dr. Wallerstein would be up for the chopping block to the political moves to further weaken our regulatory protection. If the board makes this move to install an anti-regulatory director, it will leave itself vulnerable to lawsuits for failure to comply with the Clean Air Act and other requirements. CBE urges the board to cease this ouster process or at a minimum to put it off for some months while receiving input. Members who advocate for less regulation of industry should not have a place in this board that is charged with regulating. Thank you.
Would Jono Hilder and Florence, I just can't read that. Can you read that? No idea. How about Florence? Is Florence here?
Come on,
okay.
Florence.
That's good. We'll find out in a minute. How are you, sir?
Good afternoon, Chair Burke and members of the board. My name is John O'Hildner. I live in Palm Desert, and I must tell you, as probably Supervisor Benoit experienced this morning, driving in from the Coachella Valley, and all of a sudden, after an hour, hour and a half drive, meeting this wall of smog, it was interesting to come speak to this board. I am very concerned that this appears to be the railroading of a man who is an executive director being tossed because he's effective. I don't understand that. If he has other problems, they ought to be revealed, but he ought not be tossed because he's effective, and you ought not, you don't want to be perceived as being so politically motivated that this is some kind of a political process, just like reducing the amount of testimony time from 2 minutes for business to 1 minute for citizens. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Florence Garibian, and I'm here today. I'm a person who worked for the federal EPA as a technical information specialist for many years, and I came over to work for Cal EPA, the Department of Toxic Substances Control, where I was a supervisor for the enforcement program. I am now the proud chair of the Del Amo Action Committee. I've got the LA Times editorial about the Air District. It describes the Air Management District as a national leader in innovative and aggressive regulation. The editorial reminds us that Southern California is the smoggiest area in the nation. Apparently, one of the district's newer board members argued that the board's regulations discourage business growth. In fact, it's more likely that poor air quality and crowded and insane freeways discourage expansion of businesses or new businesses coming to the LA area. Apparently, the district has made a decision to back industry-supported plans, ignoring the district staff recommendations. That's unfortunate. It's reasonable to say that the people who are working in polluted industries or live near them are the ones most likely to have health problems from the pollutants from those industries. The members of the district board have a big, important job and need to do it the right way. Encourage new environmental technologies that aid solving serious environmental problems. Insist on enforcement of environmental laws. Nurture stronger partnerships with the Air Resources Board and other environmental agencies and land use planning agencies. Find new and better ways to control air pollution. If that is not what you're here to do, leave. Get up from that big, comfy chair and leave.
We don't want to clear the room. Please, no applause. Stephanie Gonzalez and Louis Magana.
Good afternoon. My name is Luis Magaña and I come from Riverside County. I live in a rural community surrounded by many agricultural lands. The pesticides that are being blown into the population already affect us all, especially those with asthma. There have been times where friends and family members get asthma attacks simply for being outside. We don't need more pollutants that may harm our health, and we don't need representatives to ignore the people that put forth strong laws against pollutants. Dr. Barry Wallerstein has been supplying good advice and has helped the board protect its communities. We need more people like Dr. Barry Wallerstein because people shouldn't be locking themselves up in their homes due to bad air conditions.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
My name is Stephanie Gonzalez, and I'm here today with the Sierra Club. I'm from the Eastern Coachella Valley of Riverside County. I'm fully
I'm sorry,
aware.
your name is what?
Stephanie Gonzalez.
No, I didn't call you, but go ahead. When I come to you, I'll just pull your card. No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. And I'm from, oh, I'm sorry. I'm fully aware how poor the air quality is in Southern California. Dr. Barry Wallerstein made laws to help better air quality, and you want to remove him from his job. Not benefit the communities, but instead to help polluters continue to harm us. Your job is to do what is best for the public health of the communities each one of you represent, and not what is best for the polluting industries. You are on the side of big oil and big gas, but who is on our side? Thank you.
Are you from La Habra Heights?
From where?
Are you from La Habra Heights?
Coachella Valley.
Huh. Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Ruben Garza and Marina Barragan. Huh? I think we heard from him.
Hi, my name is Ruben. I'm from the Coachella Valley, Riverside County, and I'm a resident at Mecca. I came here with the Sierra Club and wish I could have gone with my brother, my younger brother. He's at home because he's suffering from asthma, he's suffering from lung problems, he's just suffering. He's suffering from my air. And that's something that I think is unnatural. That should be unnatural. We shouldn't be suffering from air. And the reason why we should have smog like this, and when I come over here, I saw smog, and I was wondering, I thought we had it bad, and we still do. Knowing that you're in favor of oil companies, and you're an air quality management district, you're not a business management district. I want you to support the people, support our communities, people who are suffering. My family has suffered enough. And if you don't see eye to eye with me, then you're not part of the people. I need you to be in favor of the people, be in favor of the community, people who are suffering, because we don't deserve to be suffering from air.
Your name?
My name is Marina Barragan. I am with the Sierra Club. I am from Riverside County, Eastern Coachella Valley. I've been here before, and I'll be here again. I am in John Benoit's district, and I'm here to tell you that even the fact that you are considering removing Barry Wallerstein not only shows that you're on the side of big oil and big gas, but it shows that you don't care how many black and brown lives matter. Sorry, you don't care how many brown and black lives die to poor air pollution. All you care about is how much money is going into your pockets from big oil and big gas to kill us off. And my student, one of my close friends, could not come here today because a few months ago, he went to the hospital with a collapsed lung. He can't be here today because he's on the way to the hospital again with a single mother, and we ourselves are going to fundraise for the payments that are going to be due for this hospital visit. And that's on you.
Monsignor, I thought we agreed, no clapping. Monsignor John Moretta and Raul Medal.
Good afternoon. To quote Will Rogers, the only thing I know is from what I read in the newspapers. I'm obviously referring to the Wednesday's article in the Times. By your charter, you're to protect the health and air quality of the South Coast. Historically, you've established various EJ zones. My own parish in Boyle Heights is part of such an EJ zone. Your executive director and his staff have saved the board from this organization from countless lawsuits because they have worked with us and have been your eyes and feet in these communities working for fair solutions. If what I read is true, you should remove any reference to EJ in your literature. You are to be our advocates. We don't always have the suits, the attorneys, to take the polluters to court. If your majority becomes a polluter's priority, what do we do as a recourse? I ask you to keep Barry Wallerstein. Thank you.
Jane Williams and Selena Hernandez. Adrian Martinez and Jesse Marquez. Your name for the record.
My name is Raul Medel, and I'm here representing I'm here from the Coachella Valley and the Eastern Coachella Valley. And I'm here to talk about my girlfriend that she has asthma, and she had another attack, and her lungs weren't functioning, and she had to be rushed to the emergency room. And while I was there her sister had her phone, and I just heard her gasping and being rushed to the emergency room. And from there on, the line cut off, and I don't know what happened. But after that, she had to have this really potent cough for a week, and she would feel dizzy, and she would vomit, and it would feel like her head was spinning all the time, and she wasn't happy. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jane Williams, the Executive Director of California Communities Against Toxics, which is a network of environmental justice organizations that care about clean air across the state. And I'm just here to underscore the importance, as the previous speaker did, of the link between clean air and health. And without your health, it doesn't matter pretty much what you have. If you don't have your health, you don't really have anything. And this board and this executive officer have been, and the staff here at the agency, have been champions on a number of different things. They have been not always on the side of the environmental justice movement, but I have to say, in all fairness, that Dr. Wallerstein has developed a good relationship with us over the years. And I just want you to be very thoughtful in your actions today. And I want you to think about the previous speaker and what it means not to be able to breathe. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Burke and members of the board. My name is Adrian Martinez. I'm from Earth Justice, but I'm also a resident of in the South Coast Air Basin. I have a daughter who's under 1 year of age, and in my neighborhood, air quality has been bad this week. It's unhealthy for sensitive groups to go outside, so I kept her inside. When that happened, the last thing on my mind is, hey, we need to get rid of that executive officer at SCAQMD. I think this is the wrong time to get new leadership. We're in the process of developing a new air plan that's probably going to be the most important in 2 decades. We need Dr. Wallerstein to help push that through. There's very little time to do it, and it's not the time for a change of leadership. And then the last thing, I just want to disagree with a statement from the LA Chamber of Commerce. One of the representatives tweeted that our points are simplistic, bull, I won't swear what he said, focusing on a narrow agenda. Air quality is your agenda. We aren't expressing narrow interests. We're expressing what we think you should do to clean the air. Thank you.
Mr. Marquez?
Jesse Marquez, Executive Director, Coalition for a Safe Environment, and resident and board member Joe Busquiano's district of the 15th District of City of Los Angeles. I'm here to speak on potential new board member violations of environmental, public health, safety, and welfare laws. We wish to state for the record that the South Coast Air Quality District has made major air pollution reduction gains over the years, and that we will not accept any manipulation of existing or new proposed rules and regulations to eliminate or decrease any air pollution and toxic chemical public exposure reductions. We also did some legal research of the Health and Safety Code, California Clean Air Act, Federal Clean Act, and here are 4 major points that I wish to share with you that are in our public comment document. Number 1, the protection and care of the environment, public health, safety, and welfare are rights granted and regulated under state and federal law. Number 2, private business and industry have no rights under any state or federal law to violate the protection and care of the environment, public health, and safety and welfare, and that the board has no authority to violate, not comply, not implement, and not enforce any of the air pollution laws that we have in effect, and that the board has no authority under any state or federal law to use employment, economy, or cost as the sole basis for rejecting, limiting, canceling, or denying existing air pollution rules and regulations or new proposed stricter air pollution rules and regulations and programs. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Don Sweet and Alice Druffel.
Excuse me. They had called up my name, but there were people up in the stands,
Sure.
so
Yeah,
it's all right.
You should speak now.
Okay, thank you. My name is Celine Hernandez. I'm from Riverside County, from John Benoit's district. I'm here because I fear that this agency is taking steps backward, further away from their job, which is making decisions that will help our health. Dr. Willerstein has helped this board make strides for healthy air and to protect the interests of the people in the community. Getting rid of him is a sign of your turn for the worst. It was argued that having jobs is just as important for a person's health, for a family's health, as having clean air. But how can a person go to work if they are hospitalized for breathing problems, or if their child is? Jobs and health do not contradict. People need one to have the other. By pushing a person like Dr. Willerstein away, I fear this board will fall into becoming industry's henchmen rather than the leaders and protectors they were chosen to be. Thank you.
Your name, sir?
My name is Don Sweat. I'm a native San Diegan. J'accuse, ladies and gentlemen, j'accuse. What I see here is very disturbing and upsetting. I see corporate interests taking over a board that is supposed to be protecting the people of this basin and area. Look inside your hearts. Look up from your phones. Look at the people that come here to speak before you. You're supposed to be representing their health and their welfare. What I see is very disturbing. Limiting free speech for people with ponytails and Birkenstocks while the suits get up here and speak at will. You should be very embarrassed of your role here today. Very embarrassed.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this item that I haven't called?
Dr. Burke, would I be allowed just to say two
Sure.
sentences?
Sure. Let me get to public testimony. Come on. Because I've gone through the cards. Did you put in cards? Okay.
Stephen Blagden, Lab Rights. If the AQMD stops pushing, air quality will quickly start slipping. Business competition and regulation drive innovation and efficiency. Some win, some lose. New jobs are created and some are lost. And that is the creative destruction of capitalism. Some industries leave and some even come back later. Society advances as the deck is reshuffled. There is a process. Regulators should and do take input from affected parties and revise proposed rules with compromise. Some years back, the AQMD contacted my business seeking input on 1157 rule. I got the sense the district wants the rules to work and for businesses to have a path to comply. Breathing is nonpartisan. The AQMD does not kill jobs, it sets standards. Most will meet them, some may not. The biggest good-paying job killer is rezoning manufacturing, industrial, and research land to retail. But that has nothing to do with the AQMD. Mr. Wallerstein has charted a good course through rough waters. He should not be thrown overboard. Thank you.
Thank you. Your name for the record, please.
Andrea Ricco. My name is Andrea Ricco, and I'm professor of preventive medicine at USC. I'm presenting.
Oh, sure. You put down 42, not 41.
I know, sorry.
But no problem.
I'm presenting these brief comments to you on behalf of 19 scientists from USC, UCLA, UC Irvine, and Caltech who study the health impacts of air pollution. We have always respected Dr. Barry Wallerstein's commitment to promoting the health and welfare of Southern Californians. For decades, his leadership and vision have helped to improve air quality and health for millions. But we still do not have healthy air to breathe in the Southland, and the job is not done. Thus, we need to ensure continued leadership and vision at the AQMD. Studies by our scientists show that at current air pollution levels in Southern California, vulnerable residents are still experiencing health problems. USC, UCLA, and UCI studies link air pollution to asthma, preterm and low birth rate babies, heart disease, stroke, and more. But there could be hope. One of our recent USC studies showed that as air pollution levels in the South Coast air basin dropped over the past 2 decades, children's lungs improved. Now is the time for us to truly clean up the air and protect public health, not to take a step backward. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Hello, I'm Harvey Eder with the Public Solar Power Coalition. Known Barry for 30 years. Did have problems with him in the past and have problems with him now. But they say the devil you know is better than the devil you don't know. Not that Barry's a devil. He's a regular guy. He's a Jewish guy. I'm Jewish too. I first saw solar in Israel in '68 on the survivor relatives' roofs. He made a statement in a meeting on Reclaim or before to a guy to the gas company saying, when he was opposing solar, what's the matter? What, you don't like solar energy? So there's some potential there. But I hope if you're going to get rid of him that you use, there's a lot of good people in-house. I don't know where you're going to go away. He had me kicked out and defamed me in front of the Air Pollution Association's convention in Long Beach. And I take that personally and have thought about it with litigation, et cetera. And if anybody wants to know how to litigate and you're poor, come see me. I'll tell you how to do it. You can get fee waivers and whatnot, and there's no reason not to litigate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your name, please?
Hi, my name is Morgan Wyan. I am an attorney with the Natural Resources Defense
you
Council.
put down 42 also.
Yeah, I was with Andrea, yes. Thank you. We on the NRDC Air team are very disappointed by the effort to oust Dr. Barry Wallerstein. We deeply appreciate and applaud his dedication, expertise, leadership, and extremely hard work over the many years of his service. I personally have enjoyed whenever I've had the opportunity to talk with him, and I greatly admire the many clean air victories he has made happen for this region. We are very concerned that this indicates a philosophical shift on the board to prioritize business interests over public health. We will be here, as always, fighting to make sure that the board does what is necessary to finally bring our air basin into attainment. Thank you.
Thank you. Your name, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Angelo Logan, and I reside in the city of Long Beach, which is majorly affected by air pollution. What I have to say today is that the news of your efforts to reposition your leadership is troubling to me and my community and the folks that I work with. The task that you have, or one of the major tasks that you have in front of you, is daunting. That task is to comply and come into attainment with the federal air quality standards. And those standards have been developed to protect public health of the basin that you represent. The consequences of not meeting attainment are severe. The actions that you take today could determine the consequences of not meeting attainment. That's federal funding for highways, and that's the federal government coming in and dictating for you what your air quality plan will be comprised of. To reach that attainment, I think the only person that's in the position and equipped to bring people together from both business, the environment, and the community is your executive officer that's in position today. I want to encourage you to continue the course that you're going with your executive officer so that you reach federal attainment and protect the public health. Thank you.
Your name, sir?
Oh, my name is Elijah Cervantes, and
Did you put in a card?
Yeah, I put a card in. I wasn't called.
Okay. Go ahead.
Do I continue? Oh, okay. Well, I live in Riverside, Coachella, the eastern Coachella Valley. I was shocked to hear that Dr. Wallerstein was trying to be pushed out, because such a great man that commits himself to meeting both sides and compromise and making plans out to make it, well, understanding to both sides, to meet halfway, if you know what I mean. Because I think he plays an important role of leadership, because my little brother has asthma, and I mean, it's not as severe but I mean, minor times. I don't want it to be severe to the point where we have to rush him to an ER. I just ask that don't let big polluters persuade you into a different path. I mean, you represent us, so I ask from the bottom of my heart that you please take into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Just say one more thing, because I rushed through my presentation for about 30 seconds or 20.
No, you really can't, because then I'd have to let everybody do that.
I see, okay.
I'm sorry.
Perhaps she can submit her comments, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yes.
If you will submit your comments. Now, I'm going to try this one more time. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak on item 41 who hasn't spoken? Okay, then we'll recognize Dr. Wallerstein.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and especially the audience, I didn't ask anyone to appear here today. In fact, I discouraged some people from appearing. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for coming out today.
Okay, so
it is necessary for the board to recess a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A and 546.9D1 to confer with its counsel regarding pending litigation which has been initiated formally and to which the SCAQMD is a party. The actions are People of the State of California, XRL SCAQMD versus Southern California Gas Company, Los Angeles Superior Court, case number BC 608322, in the matter of SCAQMD versus Southern California Gas Company, Aliso Canyon Storage Facility, SCAQMD hearing board, case number 137-76. It is also necessary for the board to recess closed session to Government Code Section 54956.9A and 54956.9D4 to consider initiation of litigation one case. It is also necessary for the board to recess closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 to confer with legal counsel for anticipated litigation, facts, executive officer, performance evaluation, discipline, dismissal, release, resignation. It is also necessary for the board to recess a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957 as specified below. Public employee performance evaluation, discipline, dismissal, release, resignation, title, executive officer, public employee employment appointment, title, acting executive officer. Dr. Burke, there were 2 items taken in closed session with regard to the first item, dismissal of public employee, executive officer. The action was taken by a vote to 7-6. There was a second action taken, appointment of public employee, title of position, acting executive officer, Michael O'Kelly. That motion passed unanimously. A further report of the actions taken in closed session will be filed with the clerk of the board and made available to the public upon request.
Okay, item 39.
Good afternoon, Dr. Burke and members of the board. I'm Mohsen Nazemi, Deputy Executive Officer for Engineering Compliance. I'll make a very brief presentation on the Reclaim Annual Audit Report for Compliance Year 2014. This is the 21st year of the program, and Reclaim is a cap and trade program where companies involved with the program have flexibility in how they reach emission reduction goals through reducing emissions or purchasing credits, and includes largest NOx and SOx sources within that program. The Reclaim compliance year 2014 actually consists of January 1st, 2014 through June 30th, 2015, because there are 2 cycles in the program and each consists of 12 months and they're 6 months apart. The Reclaim universe from the last compliance year was consisted of 275 facilities, and at the end of this compliance year, there's 272 facilities. 4 facilities came out of the program and 1 entered the program. As far as the findings of the program, both nitrogen oxide and sulfur oxides emissions complied programmatically. They were 23% each below the total allocations for NOx and SOx. And this is after a number of rule amendments that took place after the initial amendment of the Reclaim rules in 1994. In 2005, there was a 22.5% NOx reduction that has already been implemented between years 2007 and 2011. The SOx amendments took place in 2010, and we are in the midst of reducing the allocation for SOx, and then the last amendment was last December, where we have just begun to reduce the allocations for that last amendment. These next 2 slides shows the emissions relative to the allocations for both nitrogen oxide and sulfur oxides, and they both, as I mentioned, met the programmatic requirement by 23% below the actual allocations. The compliance rate for all facilities within this program was also very high. 96% complied in the NOx market and 97% in the SOx market. And
may I interrupt for just 1 second, Mohsen? And I appreciate it. And I've looked at the report. I appreciate your verbally recovering it. But in light of the hour and the work we've already done today, unless some other member would disagree, I think we could I would move approval or receive and file, whichever is appropriate.
We have 2 speaker slips on the item.
I'll second for discussion. It was a fantastic presentation.
Thank you. Dr. Stewart and Harvey, would you guys come down and speak on this item?
How many minutes, Mr. Chairman?
How many minutes?
How many
2.
minutes, Mr. Chairman?
Can I show a slide?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, fine. So I'm Jim Stewart, speaking on behalf of the Sierra Club, and the issue that is before you is the fact that Reclaim is a failed program. As you can see on this slide here, there were some initial reductions, and now since 2009, for the past 5 years, it's been completely flat. There's no reductions. The program's not working. It needs to be revised. And the other thing that I want to remind the board about is the fact that This reclaim program allows the refineries, which are located right here in the black spot of our region in terms of the highest air pollution, allows them just to buy credits and not to install the life-saving protection that we all need.
The second on this item, is there anybody other that I've missed that's supposed to speak, would like to speak on this item?
I think Harv.
Okay.
South. Hello, this is Harvey Etter with the Public Solar Power Coalition. Officially, and we're down to 2 minutes again. This should be 3. You already had lunch. Anyway, a ditto on what Jim Stewart said, and you're violating the law. The Health and Safety Code passed in '92, 40404.5, that says that the South Coast District shall look at and evaluate solar energy and see if it's cost-effective environmentally, economically, and in everything that you do. This was brought to you in Reclaim, and it was ignored. Also, 40404.6, best available retrofit control technology, says the same thing. And you're violating the law. It's in the Health and Safety Code. It has been for close to 25 years. And there's no two ways about it. You should be following the law and cleaning up the air. And also, I want to incorporate by reference all communications that I personally and PSPC have had with the district and with CARB over the last 30 years, and including litigation, Etter versus South Coast District, et al., and SC 119641, and as well as the physician's case up north, and we did not get a case, put it in on November 3rd, versus the US EPA, and their case is 14-73362, and is still in communication with the parties there. I want to make oral arguments and submit an amicus brief, plus go all the way on our litigation.
Would you like to stay there and do your public comment right now?
Pardon?
Would you like to stay there and do your public comment?
On 40?
No, you have a slip in for public comment.
You're not talking to me? Oh, for general public? I had one for 39, one for 40. That was Chapter 12 of the 16 plan, is my understanding. It was the technology assessment.
Right.
And then I had one for general comments, but I'm not sure.
We better wait to roll on the items.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Is there anyone left to speak on this item? Seeing no public speakers, we have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, this item is approved. Okay, item number 40.
Dr. Burke, this is Matt. In light of the comments by the board earlier, this is a routine item that we bring before the board every year. Staff has a presentation, but it's willing to waive the presentation.
Okay, so there's no presentation.
Second.
And there's no public speakers slips.
I think Edinger said he did have one.
Harvey, did you want to speak on this?
Go on down.
Okay. See, you shouldn't have left. I made a mistake. I'm sorry.
Okay. Harvey Etter, Public Solar Power Coalition, but not representing the Sierra Club's Climate and Energy Commission, local and state, and the Community Council of, what is it called, MacArthur Park. these reports, I'm assuming this is the technology assessment for 15. Also, I'm confused whether this is also the Chapter 10 of the 16 plan on clean energy, written by Dr. Katzenstein. And what is needed here, and for the record and put into the record, is the incorporations of our reference that I just stated before, and that what we need is an immediate total solar conversion. It's cost effective now. It has been. It's just a matter of playing around with numbers, and then there's not the political will, political economics, socioeconomics, and we need to go on with it. And this is part of the 16 plan, and like the 12th plan and other plans, in 91, we had solar hot water, Rule 1121, and it was also put in there for 1146 and 1146.1 for hot waters and boilers, that it was cost effective, and they were looking at, this was in a draft in December for the 91 plan. It was in there, and it was taken out, and there was process that was illegal, and they would have had savings in 2010 of 20 pounds per day, tons per day of NOx if it had been followed. And we'll be supplying that information from the record to you folks again. Thank you.
This item take a motion?
It requires a vote, Dr. Burke.
Move approval.
Second? Any opposition? Hearing none, it is approved. So we have now public comment, or do we have any items left from the closed session? As public comment first. Okay, Tom Williams and Alfred Sadler.
Go ahead and have Harvey go first.
Harvey, you're up to bat first.
Okay. Well, I'm backed up by the heavy hitters here. Let me get on base. Again, solar is cost effective. In October of 12, when commenting on the plan, member of staff, a good person, brought from Bloomberg the article that solar photovoltaics is cost effective now, and the only thing that's saying it is that the U.S. isn't, because of political, economic, and socioeconomic impacts. So basically, you're looking at the oil and gas industry. Exxon came out with there were articles that in 77, Exxon knew about climate change, and they had their scientists working on it, and they were active and working with government and university institutions, and then they started in the early 90s backing the deniers. So we are looking into litigation and going back to the 92 litigation that we had with you at opening again against Exxon and whatnot, and would like to suggest that you folks and the state might join in that litigation. It's kind of like against the tobacco companies. The state of New York and state of California are looking into this now. It's RICO, et cetera. You're talking, they need $100, $200 trillion to convert the planet in the next 5, 10, 15 years. There was a cover article in 2009, Scientific American. Dr. Mark Jacobson from Stanford wrote it, with DeLucci from UC Davis, and they said that we could convert the whole world by 2030, and they've made studies of the states as well. We've got a 30-50 is passed, need to have 50% solar renewables by 30-50. Really what we need is twice that in half the time, which we have in our litigation, by 2023. I'd like to work with you on that rather than be at odds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Williams? Is Alfred?
Dr. Tom Williams, good afternoon. Dr. Tom Williams, Citizens Coalition for a Safe Community. We're also helping save Porter Ranch people. And now we have a new subject, Sunshine Canyon landfill. Same odor problems as kind of over in Porter Ranch. And we're trying to find out whatever happened to the meteorological stations and the air quality stations for Sunshine Canyon, because they are complaining and have complained and will probably continue complaining regarding about garbage odors. Somebody did a complex strain model for dense gases. It seems kind of strange, but we're going to be trying to help the people in Granada Hills. But it goes back as to we're going to need air quality information. And we are concerned that somewhat like the hearing board for the Aliso Canyon, stuff comes into the hearing board, but it's not circulated on the webpage for AQMD. So they had a very nice summary chart for Aliso Canyon, but it seems the information from that chart seems to be either missing or tucked someplace that is inaccessible to the public. We're looking at the Granada Hills, Sunshine Canyon problem in the same way. We'll be submitting Public Records Act requests next week and probably help the people over in Aliso Canyon that are probably going to be taking you to court soon on Public Records Act requests. So get the information out. You have the information manager right here, maybe. Everything that should be directly online. This is the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone I've missed on public comment?
Sorry, I was out.
Yes, sir. I knew I had one more card.
Okay.
Your name for the record, sir.
Sure. Alfred Sattler. Again, I live close to the port of Los Angeles, and 2 or 3 different little things I want to cover. Number one, I support the intent of number 16, but I also urge that locomotive emissions of NOx and particulates be included in your lobbying effort. Locomotive emissions of NOx are a large portion of the emissions within the AQMD area. And also the AQMD board should lobby the ARB, who regulate intrastate mobile sources, as I understand it, to require that locomotives within California, or at least within the Air Quality Management District, be electrified. To the extent that the AQMD has authority to require electrifications of locomotives itself, it should do so. I realize this seems a bit far-fetched, but locomotives are running on electric, and then they've got a diesel generator on board. So picking up power from the track shouldn't be that hard. HF and refineries. It is important to realize that there are 2 refineries in the Air Quality Management District area that use HF. Valero in Wilmington is the other one, and it deserves attention also, as well as Torrance. Some of the comments by people speaking about the measure to not have reconsideration of the reclaim, we're making comments that regulation levels the playing field and prevents unethical players from being able to take advantage. And I hope that they will join me in making that comment to politicians who oppose regulation. And I hope you will keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kurt?
Dr. Burke, on item number 42, there's a proposal to modify Dr. Wallerstein's severance pay to equal 18 months of base salary which is an amount that is authorized by law.
Supervisor Benoit?
I don't know that there's any motion to go to 18 months that was made by any member of this board. There was discussion about what the parameters are, and the parameters are 18 months is the maximum allowed under state law. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Within that confine, I would like to make a motion. Oh, I can't speak to it first, huh? Okay. Well, I believe that it would be in the best interest, and I would move that we have a negotiation with Mr. Wallerstein to be chaired by the chair and with council's involvement, during which time we would allow for a modification of the severance package that he has in his contract, that within the limits of no more than 1 year's compensation, but be paid immediately if that's his desire, as opposed to stretching it out over many payments in a year, which is what the contract calls for. So, no more money, but just an immediate 1 year compensation to be paid as soon as the details can be worked out between council and Mr. Wallerstein.
And Supervisor Benoit, just so that I've been really clear, 18 months of base salary would actually be an amount that's less than 12 months compensation. So if you made a lump sum payment equal to 18 months base salary, that amount, which is the maximum that's authorized by law.
And you're saying that the contract authorizes more because it authorizes a full year of total compensation?
Exactly, yes.
So that we're really still talking the same number, or approximately
It's pretty
the same,
close, yeah.
but to be paid in one sum. Well, then I would modify my motion to include that option to be negotiated between the chair, our council, and Mr. Wallerstein.
Can we get a second?
Second.
Is there any opposition? Oh, we have some speakers, I'm sorry. Supervisor Nelson.
Thank you. You know, I think it's important anytime you get into, you know, the Florida presidential election reminded me of a great example. You know, you don't bellyache about the rules when you're in the middle of enforcing the rules. It's just bad policy. The contract says what it says for a reason, and it's a good reason. It was negotiated, and the people worked it out. And the only reason that there are terms that deal with this circumstance is because it was contemplated, and there was a bargain for exchange as to what we would do if we found ourselves in these circumstances, right? Otherwise, it just wouldn't even be in the contract at all. So there's no question it would be immoral, actually be illegal, if we tried to lower the amount of the compensation. But, I mean, other than just giving other people's money away, because I do whatever you want with your own cash, but it's always easy to sit up here and say, well, let's just give some public dough away. Look, this contract is what it is. I've never actually seen the agreement. I've been told what it says. I honor and respect that. I think it was properly negotiated, and it's sacred, and I think we should honor it, because the concept will be, well, because of all these extenuating circumstances, the reason those terms are in the contract is for exactly the discussion we're having today, which everyone, I'm sure at the time they signed the contract, hoped would never happen. But just in case, we took care of it. And now, when the very reason we negotiated these terms comes up, we want to renegotiate them from the dice. This is not a reflection on whether someone's a fine human being or anything else, how much we appreciate them or don't. This is the sanctity of what is the purpose of having these agreements if we don't honor them at the time when the provisions kick in to be used. That's what these provisions are for. That's why we did this. And if we're not going to honor them, then why even have them in the contract? Let's just wing it if and when these unforeseen circumstances do come up. So I completely respect the motive behind it. I just think that the sanctity of the agreement has to stand for something, and I encourage you to accept that and just let it be.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I can speak to my motion now?
Sure.
Okay. I respect deeply my colleague from Orange County, but I do feel like I need to clarify that there is a contract that provides for the compensation that we're talking about in terms of total dollars. It was there when Mr. Wallerstein signed on as the executive, and we're not adding any public dollars to that by this modification of the manner in which it's paid. So I just need to clarify that. And the second thing I would say is that I would hope in the course of this negotiations, we would also get in return, and as part of this agreement, a statement from Mr. Wallerstein that he accepts that as compensation, and that would be the end of this issue, which is a benefit to the public, to us, as a part of this whole situation. But I also wanted just to say that, you know, we had a lot of people walk in here today and say what a great manager he's been. All of us, some more than others maybe, have had disagreements with Mr. Wallerstein through the course of our service here. Even when I've disagreed with him, he's been a professional, he's been very competent, and that was evidenced by people on both sides all through the morning testimony. So I appreciate the fact that he sat here professionally today, and I think that he would be more than willing to agree to that type of arrangement. But I think we're getting something back, and we're making a very small modification to the original manner in which it was to be paid. In exchange, it's a good exchange. So I would ask for the support of my colleagues in my motion.
Councilmember Mitchell?
I'm just wanting a little bit of clarification on the motion. John, if you could repeat it?
Well, I would motion that there be a negotiation. I don't think any of us can design the paperwork necessary for this today, so it has to be worked out between the council, the chair, and Mr. Wallerstein. In the course of that discussion, within the parameter that there be no more money, but different terms in terms of the time and of payment, that they have the authority to negotiate that in exchange for a release from Mr. Wallerstein that he accepts that as compensation and in compliance with the original agreement.
So is the motion for severance pay in the amount of 1 year's severance pay in a lump sum? Is that what I'm
I think Mr.
understanding?
It was 18 months because base pay without benefits, which is roughly equivalent to the contract, which calls for 12 months plus benefits.
Is that what the motion is, for 18 months of base pay as opposed to 1 year of severance?
Right, in a lump sum.
In a lump sum.
Yeah, and I wanted to be real clear too that there are two ways that would depart from what's provided for in the contract. The contract provides for an initial lump sum payment. There's an option of taking a lump sum payment for 6 months. And then if Dr. Wallerstein is not employed at the end of that 6-month period, he would receive biweekly payments for the next 6 months. So the proposal here would, instead of paying him his total compensation, which again is capped by law, it instead would make an entire lump sum payment equal to 18 months of base salary. That's the way I understand it.
I concur in that.
So, well, I think, I guess I'm a bit at a loss because we don't know, well, the amounts may end up being the same. Perhaps we could agree that the negotiation would allow him to choose between the 1 year severance or the 18 months base pay. I mean, if the amount comes out the same.
Absolutely appreciate that suggestion and include it in my motion that be at his discretion.
That be part of the negotiation.
I missed it. What did you say, Judy?
Well, that we allow in the negotiation to choose between one of two choices. The one choice is 18 months of base pay. The other choice is 12 months of severance pay, because the severance pay includes benefits, the health insurance, the retirement pay, and all of those things.
Total cost
So
not to exceed the original
comes out about the
contract.
same, but perhaps it would be good to allow in the negotiation a resolution of that.
Okay.
If that would be agreeable to the motion, I'd ask for that amendment. Can that be done, Kurt?
With the understanding that there needs to be, if you look at 12 months compensation, there's got to be a cap, right? The cap, there's a legally required cap that says that compensation can't be any more than 18 months times base pay.
Yes, I mean,
Okay.
I include that in my motion,
Okay.
in my amendment to.
I accept that as a
Supervisor's
part of my motion, and I appreciate your second.
Supervisor
accept it.
Nelson?
Yeah, I think it's important because, John, I listened to what you said, but what was left out is, the way the contract reads, is we would only owe the additional 6 months on a 2-week by 2-week clip if in fact Mr. or Dr. Wallerstein is not employed. So it's not a concession up front that we know for a fact we'll owe that amount. It is a speculation. It's to be determined. So it's a subtle difference, but it is a difference. It is not the same amount. We don't know what ultimately the contract would end up paying him. We have to assume he won't be employed again. So my concern, and the reason I made the comments, was exactly because the way the contract's written, there was a contemplation that if you get employment within that year, you will get less. And I understand the difference, but suggesting, hey, these are the same amounts, no, they're not. They might be, but the way the contract's written, I assume for some good reason, speculated that it may be possible that Dr. Wallerstein went out and got other employment, and if he did that, then his severance would be reduced. And this effort takes away that bargain for exchange that occurred some time ago. That's my issue, is that they are not the same amount. They could be, but they may not be, and I don't have any idea what the motive was to negotiate it that way, but I respect that both parties did find value in that, and we're now taking away any value that inured to us and just giving it away.
Dr. Parker?
I don't want to prolong this discussion, but I think that for my dear friend and colleague, Supervisor Nelson, Lee and I want important, when this contract was negotiated, it's 24 years ago.
19.
And the fact of the matter itself was, he was a younger person at that point in time and possibly would have still been willing to go out and look for other employment, but today it may be a different kind of thing, and I think there is some value itself to the agency instead of having to contemplate whether or not he's going to go out and get another job or whatever it may be, is under these circumstances is to call it quits and say, we've severed relationships and that's it. The amount is the amount that is not going to exceed the 18th month, whether or not it's paid today, or whether or not it's paid half today and another half for 6 months is a different issue. So I think it's a distinction itself without a difference. But I do appreciate exactly what you're saying, and I don't disagree that a contract is a contract and it should be adhered to. But I think there are circumstances that have changed relative to when the essence itself of this contract may have been made, or modified, or whatever it may have been. But 20 years or 30 years down the line is a big difference.
Did you want to say something?
I just want to say that I think my motion is to amend section 4B, which deals with severance pay, to modify that slightly to allow for that 12 months to be paid in a lump sum, not the second 6 months not to be paid in interim payments or even on the contingency that if he gets employment. And I think that was what Supervisor Benoit's intent was as well, to have, that lump sum payment made and negotiate that, whether it's the 18 months base pay or the 12 months severance pay in that fashion. And we found that the reason for proposing such an amendment was the professional manner in which Dr. Wallerstein has conducted himself throughout these proceedings and throughout this whole process and to today's meeting, and that I believe is the concept that we are promoting and putting forward in this motion. Am I right?
I see value in a release of not being able to sue. I think it's worth the money right then for that. So if I could get the clerk to open the roll. Opposed, roll. Motion passes 9-2.
You need to lock your vote in.
Oh, that's why.
10-2.
10-2, I'm sorry. The motion passes 10-2. Is there any further business before the board today?
There is not, Dr. Burke.
Thank you very much. This adjourns the South Coast Air Quality Management District Governing Board meeting.
Floor is 43.